I hope. I hope. Just had to restart. No surprises really, considering I was live for 4.5 hours straight. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that was gonna cause a problem sooner or later. I can see it double messaging me as well in the chat. So I think we're back. We back? We're back. Better? Yeah, I weren't talking. What about now? Yeah, so it seems that Sky are running hi, Julia. It seems that Sky are running way behind, BBC are running way behind Sky at the minute. Yeah, this is gonna be a day. This is gonna be a day. All good? I don't know if you were still connected and I just had to shut it. Yeah, I don't know if you guys stayed in the chat and then I just shut it down and back up again. I'm not sure. First time I've ever, so I'm using Riverside. It's the first time I've ever multi-streamed to 2 platforms. I don't even know if this is going live on YouTube. I haven't actually checked it, but I think you guys are on Facebook, aren't you? Yeah, just let me, because I think that was what I was asking, prior. Are many of you on, are you on Facebook or YouTube? Most of you. I don't know which one, which platform you're on, or is it a split or none? None on any. Oh, they've took it, Alfie. They've took Essex. Essex is done, mate. They've got it. They've took it. Basildon, they got 11 seats. All Facebook. I know Tony is. Oh, Cad's on YouTube. Oh, good. So it's a split. Nice. So some of you are on Facebook, some of you on YouTube. I like that. That's cool. Multi-platform chat. Perfect. Yeah, I've always wanted that. I always thought I've missed out on doing stuff on YouTube because I kept focusing on Facebook. That's good. Well done. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciated. Looks like I got a nice split, half and half. Excellent. Yeah, Alfie. Yeah, Essex got one. Essex is done. I just, yeah, really want to see Green Party won 2 seats in Castle, and the Liberal Democrats have won 1 seat in Castle in the Northeast. Yeah, they're going to pick up place. It seems like the Greens in yeah, in the Northeast, the Greens are doing better than I thought they would do in that area. I do. That's a bit odd. Well, I would say, well, I mean, I think some people think the Greens are left wing, and I would imagine that's a lot of people that haven't really been paying attention to what they really are. Um, is it only YouTube chat now? There's no Facebook. I think some people. Well, you guys on YouTube might only be seeing the YouTube chat, and those on Facebook might only be seeing the Facebook chat. I'm seeing both on my end. Yeah. I think that's how it kind of works. So if you're on YouTube, you'll be seeing that chat. And if you're on Facebook, you'll be seeing that chat. I'm getting both of them, which is great. I love it because it means I can talk to all of you, even though you're on separate platforms. Hoping for a turquoise wave, Frederick. Yep. I think it's going to come. I mean, that there, that says everything. Labour just getting a bit of a reforms jump there, and the SNP dropped 13%, 18.7% in Kilmarnock for reform. It's unreal. But SNP hold still. SNP hold with a 13% drop. Right, sorry, I'll try. This is the problem is the chat comes in very quick because it's thanks, this Bruce. I simplify. I don't really do politics, but I'm glued to this. Thank you very much. Games gamers show their chat on their screen too. Yeah, I can't actually do this here because I'd need to be individually on YouTube for that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's the first time I've done it, Ben. So I've done lives on YouTube before, like years ago, Facebook predominantly, but I'm obviously I just got Riverside, so I can multi-stream. It's just better. And I do because I do find that I'm picking up a lot of subscribers on YouTube, and I do neglect them on there a little bit, which I don't wanna do. Because I love chatting. I love chatting to people. And I think people can get into a misconception of when I'm just recording a video and publishing it, that all I do is just chat where I can talk about this stuff, can talk about this live, can answer questions. I love doing that. I love trying to impart my knowledge on people. Are they 5 feet? Well, if you look on Sky, Mitch, 575 Sky is showing them at over there, look, 575. Oh, exactly, Mark. Yes, they have, and so have the Conservatives. We were talking about this earlier. They've won. You're on Instagram, Tony. Really? I didn't think I was streaming to Instagram. That's a new one. Maybe Facebook's cross-posting it to Instagram. I don't know. What happened to the feed? I don't know. Obviously, I just went away and I just black screen for some reason. No idea. I know that when I used to go live on TikTok, like you literally couldn't leave your computer for more than 2 minutes, which was so shit. Because it's literally saying like go live, but you're not allowed to ever go to the toilet or anything. And you had to set a pause on it, and it was like 5 minutes. So if you want to go to the toilet, like proper toilet, and make a cup of tea quick, you've not got time. And it used to boot you off. It used to so annoy me. Maybe, maybe Riverside has a thing that if I go away, unless they detect sound, it might put it into a black screen. I don't know. It's okay now. Who cares? Who's voting Green? I think the bigger question, Terry, has been who the hell is actually voting Labour and the Conservatives, because they're on 277 and 284. But I mean, the loss is insane. The loss they've suffered is mad at the minute. So we're at what seat? 61 out of 136. We're still not even halfway yet. Any news on Yarmouth? Don't think so. Not yet, which I find odd because it's not quite a but I think it's part of, the bigger Norwich, Norfolk count. Now we know you had a poo. Cheers, Cad. Thanks. Thanks, mate. Yeah, I think the other thing, like, if you look there, you've either got the NOC, the no official control. There's been a lot of them as well. Have they really, John? I thought what had happened there is they started the count and it was already, like, obviously going one of 2 ways, implied and reform, and they've done it without even any official numbers? Wow, that's talk about giving up before we've even started. Yeah, I don't get it either, Patricia. I honestly I cannot understand what possesses someone to go to a ballot and put an X in Labour's box. What have they done for you that you would even think about doing that? Unless I think it's benefits, people on benefits, because they have definitely helped people on benefits. Politics now is better than it is, isn't it? It is, isn't it? And I think it's because you've got a lot more characters like myself. People are getting more engaged in it. It is better. It's definitely better. I remember like 10 years ago, I used to look at this and you get so bored with it, but it's so good, especially when we're going through these kind of situations where you're seeing like the total capitulation of the establishment. They're backed into a corner with their claws out, like they're just trying to maintain this persona that, "Oh, it's okay, you know, we're not too worried," and they're shitting it in reality. You know they are. I love they keep putting this image up of Farage because it is like a proper Cheshire grin. Like, I love it. You completely oh, thank you very much, Mitch. Well, I have tried to. I do try. If people I mean, sometimes I know I can come across as agitated and I can come across as a bit of a dick, like anybody can, but it's because of frustration and anger, and it comes across in my videos. I try and remain neutral and calm as I can, but it's very hard sometimes, especially when you're my age and you've looked at this for 30 years and paid a particular interest like I have for the last 10, and then doing social media on it for 4 years, just seeing the same repeated bollocks over and over again. But finally, like, everything I've been about is just seeing this day that this comes, that this lot just get a kick in the arse. Is all I've ever wanted. Paid protesters, yeah, yeah. You know that every single Labour member is gonna vote for him. There's like, what, how many thousands of them? A couple 100,000 people are gonna vote for him that are members, and you've got all the people inside government, civil servants and all that lot, they're all gonna vote for him. Zaya trolling the Greens. I mean, it's not hard not to, is it? It's hard to actually say anything good about the Greens without trolling them. Yeah, exactly. It has been, Jackie, and I do love it. And obviously, I do this for a living now. Like this is what I do, and I do love it. I do love talking about it. I like not so much because obviously I come from construction background and education background. I do like just opening people's eyes, like having a look at how it really is. The bigger kick in the arse, yeah. Well, I was saying, so a lot of the live I was doing first thing this morning was just that, I think as well is it's not the champagne moment yet. Yeah, exactly, Patricia. It's not the champagne moment yet. It's very good. It's good for us. It's good for reform. It gives them a good kick in the arse. But I do believe the establishment are gonna come back hard at this. I think they're gonna rally behind each other, Labour, Tory, and the Lib Dems, specifically them three. I think they will rally up together. Because they're all getting a well, the Lib Dems are actually I think the Lib well, look at the Lib Dems. The Lib Dems are they're in second now, 313. So the Lib Dems have benefited this, but mark my words, they are equally as much of the establishment as the other two. Um, and I think, yeah, you've got a lot of fence sitters who are sick of Labour, sick of the Tories, and are now just throwing their vote to the Lib Dems because that's what happens. Still keeping it within the establishment regime, but at least Reform are breaking through, and instead of just those three, you've now got someone else in there that's actually kicking a bit of a kick in the hornet's nest. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Absolutely KDM. Oh, 100%. It is a lot of the over 60s, to be honest. Like, I can speak for my dad. My dad's like a staunch conservative. He probably wouldn't ever vote for anyone else. My mum's reform, like, she's 100 she's like, she goes to all the branch everything. She's probably more reform than I am. She's at the branch meetings every bloody week. She's out and about. She loves it. Tottering around, she is, old girl. She absolutely loves it. 'Cause she hates this lot. She hates it. She hates the establishment. She hates the system. And she worked in the MOD for a long time, so she's seen, like, the tiers and the levels, so she worked for the government. She's seen it all. Look at that in Dundee. It really does surprise me about the SNP in Scotland, because I thought they'd been fucking awful for the last few years. I thought people had had enough of them. Labour is for the working man, but yeah, Jesus Christ. If you're parroting that line, like, it's like you're not paying any attention, are you? Just go and put your X in your box whenever. Yeah, and there still are, but I think one of the things that's come out of this, guys, is a lot of people what they're saying is there's been a big rise in, turnout, there's been a big rise in percentages. I actually haven't looked at the statistics on this yet. They generally don't come out until 2 a couple of days after, so maybe Saturday, Sunday, we might start seeing what the turnout was, but apparently it's a lot higher, which is showing because it shows that the usual percentage is generally your X is always in the same box lot, your consistent voters, and then what you're getting is a lot of the people that, basically were saying they had no voice or there was no one to vote for have come out and said, "You know what? We need to vote for something different now." and we need to, and they've come out and started putting. I think that's where Reform are going to pick up a lot of their votes. I think it's the non-engaged is where they're going to get it. Yeah, 100%, mate. I think Reform will get Suffolk. Yeah, 100%. We're a very conservative area here. Been Tory for 21 years. Still got a Tory MP here in Nick Timothy, particularly in West Suffolk. Yeah, I think Suffolk's a shift to Reform, big time shift to Reform. I'll be very surprised if it's not. I think it'll either be Conservative or Reform. I think there'll still be a lot of Conservative seats because oddly enough, my local council electing for the Conservatives, she's actually really good. Like she's really down to earth. She's really good. She's very local orientated. And this is why I say it, you've got to treat local elections very different, a little bit differently. Like for me, it's different because it's county council level. So it's very different because that's the tier below Parliament. When you start getting into what would be my district council elections, West Suffolk, East Suffolk, North and South, that's a little bit more where you can start thinking about local representatives rather than party. At county council level, you've got to be thinking of party because that directly affects what that will directly affects the correlation between government and what happens in your area. Yeah, but I think yeah, I do agree that I think a lot of older people have migrated from the Conservatives to Restore, which is why you're seeing that from the Conservatives to Reform, which is why you're seeing that massive seat drop in the Tories. But the funny thing is if we look at the Lib Dems, I was saying like they've got 313 seats, but they've only got a 28 seat gainlet if you look at the one down the bottom. So that's just retaining seats they already had or had already previously won. They're retaining their seats, but they're not gaining. And it's what's happening to Labour and the Conservatives that's really important. It's the drops, the 339 and the 223. Even independents are down one now, but I know that the BBC needs to update a bit faster. They're way behind Sky. BBC are now 522. Sky are up at like 600 now, aren't they? I don't care who's in this country as long as they. Yeah, I'm the same Lee, which is why I've always been more Reform rather than Restore. I don't care. The funny thing is, right, is you don't hear anyone complaining about the Chinese there. All the Chinese restaurants all over the country. Why? And I'll tell you why you don't complain about the Chinese, because they do integrate. Um, they do integrate into society, but you don't hear about the Chinese pushing their religion on people or being involved in terrorist attacks. And there's fucking thousands of Chinese restaurants across this country, Thai restaurants. No one ever says a word about them, do they? You never hear a word about the Chinese or like East Asia. Never. You don't hear anything. Back to the grind now, Terry. Thanks very much for stopping in, mate. Much appreciated. Yeah, so yeah, I've always maintained a whereas I think Restores is they would start looking at people like that because it seems to be that if you're foreign in this country, like they don't want you here. That's the narrative I get from them, particularly from. I don't care what Lowe says because I've seen their social media, especially a lot of the people that have galvanised towards them. Very much about just getting rid of everyone. There's a lot of people like that who've gone to that party, and I don't agree with that. My son's half German. My ex is German. She's a foreign national by all accounts. So yeah, I can't get on board with a party that's going to those kind of extremes where if literally you make a mistake, like you're out of the country. Like, fuck that. There's levels to go to. Like, if you're a murderer or you're committing serious crimes, fair enough. But yeah, you can't just start. And there doesn't seem to be much distinction in their policy between. They can't turn around and say, well, we don't mean white Australians or we don't mean white Europeans, because then it just shows them up for what they are. But they can't make a distinction on who they do and don't mean because as soon as they go down that road, a load of their voter base will get rid of them, will bore them off because basically they'll turn around and say, oh, so you don't mean these, but you don't mean people that are, yeah. Do you know what I mean? There's like, it's a bit of a no-win situation for them. But their rhetoric for me on social media has been not good. I can't get on board with that. No chance. I would say I would classify myself. I said earlier, I think I'm a bit culture clashes. Yeah. I agree with that. Culture clashes, and it's predominantly cultures from specific areas of the world, obviously. Um, But yeah, I think when it starts delving into any foreign national that commits a crime, they don't seem to have put a distinction on what they mean by a crime because they were putting rhetoric out there that basically said, if you're foreign and get caught fly tipping, we're going to boot you out of the country. That's printed on their pages. Like, so there doesn't seem to be a distinction between what they classify as a foreigner. I think we all know deep down what they mean as a foreigner. They won't actually come out and say it, even though their voter base do. And I just found it a little bit odd, some of the excuses people were making about reform, about why they've jumped, like, "Oh, I don't trust them." They've backtracked on stuff when in actual fact they haven't. I've supported reform since 2021, actively read and followed their policies, been to 3 of their conferences, been to local branch meetings, and I've never seen them once back down on anything they've ever said from day one. If anything, I'd say the opposite. I'd say if anything, their border policies got stronger, their immigration kickbacks got stronger, their anti-net zero has got stronger, particularly because of what Labour have been doing over the last 2 years, and I don't see them capitulating on anything. I think they're actually getting to a point where I'm like, really, you want to go down that route? Nah, well, Patricia, like they're just telling people what they want to hear. They're in telling you people what they want to hear. Phase talking about the 5 million gift. Yeah, we can talk about the 5 million gift. Let's talk about the 5 million. Who's talking about the 5 million gift? Oh, what on Sky? The 5 million gift? Yeah. I'll wait till May the 12th and see what the Electoral Commission say. But the funny thing is about the 5 million gift, Alfie, is Farage has put his stance on it about the security. The evidence is there regarding Parliament and him requesting security that they denied him. He then had his house. There's police reporting done around the fact that he's had his house attacked on numerous occasions, and I don't give a shit if some billionaire gave him 5 million quid. He's a very polarizing person. He's very well known. There are radical extremists that would go out of their way to harm him, given half the chance. Um, and if he got 5 million quid off someone to help with his security, I mean, I know what their security. Walks around with like 7 people. I saw Farage in Ipswich not too long ago, and I was chatting to his security. So he's got like 6 or 7 guys that are with him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That ain't cheap. That costs a lot of money. And again, the establishment once again denied him the security, denied him any help. And people say this again, another example of people saying, "Oh, the establishment." Yet the establishment pushed back against him on everything he requests. 600. Yeah, I think they'll finish up on around 2,500, maybe three, maybe three. But yeah, with regard to that, yeah, I'm. The problem is as per usual, the media, the establishment media, have slapped out that headline. People have made their assumption about it, and what will happen on May the 12th is the Electoral Commission will look at it. It will probably get passed off as he's done nothing wrong, but the damage has already been done. And I don't think they should be allowed to publish things like this until there's been actual until there's something to publish because it's just manipulation, total manipulation. Yeah, it just popped up, didn't it? 600. Yeah, BBC's getting right behind. I don't know if it's just the browser, but the BBC is way behind. I mean, I am refreshing it constantly, but the BBC don't seem to be keeping up. Oh god, yeah, Chris. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that man, like, yeah. And then got cheeky twats like Khan calling things like this out while he's rolling around with his government paid fucking armoured vehicle in London. London's so safe. London's one of the safest cities in the world while he's trucking around in his fully armoured Range Rover. Prick. What an absolute whopper he is, isn't he? God, the thing is me, Rich, and Swano on Outcast were talked about this and him, and we were trying to figure out when the mayor elections are, and I got a bloody shock. I thought the mayor elections were like next year. They're not till 2028. 2028 the London mayor election is. And then I remembered, I was like, yeah, Christ, they all voted him in, like, re-voted him in like last year, weren't it? Or the year before. Joke. Or 2024, weren't it? Joke. 2 more years to go to get him out. Yeah, well, I spoke about this, David. I did a video on Rayner because it's one of those things that, the Electoral Commission will rap them over the knuckles for it and give them a telling off, but it's not like a lawbreaker. It breaks parliamentary rules, but it's not like a law. So they kinda just get a little bit of a telling off. But yeah, it's bullshit, mate. Where who we wanted as a London mayor other than that dwarven clown? He has got little man syndrome, hasn't he? He's absolutely got little man syndrome. Of course he's yes, Chris. I saw that, yes. He actually had a bit of that narrative coming out a couple of weeks ago, didn't he? Where he was saying, "Oh, yeah, if I get elected in the boroughs and get elected in the assembly, I'm more than happy to work with them." Fuck off, you absolute wretch. Honestly, what a snivelling wretch that man is. Shocking he is. Shocking. Reformer got Suffolk! Yes! Come on, look on the screen. Get in. That's Essex and Suffolk done, just Norfolk to go. Well done there, guys. Well done. Yes. Well done, Hiker. Well done, Hiker. I got her card. Oh, I hope Adrian's got in. Adrian Whittle. I hope Adrian's been elected. I hope Adrian's such a great guy in my area. Such a good guy. He's sorry, not in my area. He's not my ward. He's actually Newmarket. Such a good guy though. Get in there. Get in there. Suffolk and Essex, Norwich, Norfolk to go. Come on. 21 years of Tories, 730 million pounds they left our county in debt. Get in. Ugh. Reform won 37 seats, Tories down 37 seats. I hope Adrian is one of them that got elected. I really do hope he got elected in Newmarket. I'll be gutted if he didn't. He's such a good guy. Wow. Honestly, at this rate, this is gonna give Reform an absolute stronghold in the general election if they take East Anglia. Oh my god, is that gonna give them a stronghold? I don't think people realise how big this is. If they take Norfolk, Suffolk, and Essex, that's massive because they've already got Kent, so we're literally taking the east of England, either way down to the southeast. Wow. So happy. I mean, I kinda knew it. Plus 38 seats. Yeah. Who's that? Who's plus 38? What are we looking at? What was that one, Dave? Oh, yeah. This is the thing, right? This is the funny thing because this is not only sending a message to Westminster, this is sending a message to the media. Like, the public want this. This is the change the public want. This is the public. This is why I've been so big on voting. Why I keep saying, stop believing this bullshit that your vote doesn't matter because it absolutely matters. And it's for exactly these reasons. For exactly these reasons. This is sending a massive message. Bigger message than any petition I'll ever send, bigger message than standing on a street protesting will ever send. This is how you send a message. You take councils, you take seats, you literally take shots out of their power. Take pop shots at them. On Sky, sorry, Dave, what was sorry? All right, yeah, 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 yeah. For the council, yeah. Suffolk plus 38, yeah. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I'd be interesting to see if because obviously that's the reform game. I'd be interested to see how many more the Tories lost with maybe independents and stuff. That's what wow, that's big. Just need Norfolk now. Just need Norfolk. There could be a chance of a Labour Lib Dems coalition again at the next yes, 100%. Yes, 100%. That's actually Yeah, good point there, Dan, because that's something I was looking at when I was looking at them numbers. Although the Lib Dems have only gone up by 28, they're still retaining a lot of their seats. Reform are obviously smashing the crap out of Labour and the Conservatives. Greens are doing their little bit, but not much. Well, the Greens actually, for gain, are ahead of the Lib Dems. Um, oh, look, Gary Neville's area. Ugh, Gary the Red. Red in his football, red in his politics. Boring as fuck. Sorry, I'll get back to that in a minute. Do you know what pisses me off about Gary Neville? I actually like Gary Neville. Like, he's always seemed like a bit down to earth to me. Be a bit of a knob sometimes, I know, most people can. But he's always a good pundit. I always found him a good pundit. I didn't mind him when he was in England and stuff. I thought he always had his heart in it when he was playing. And then he came out and fucking said that bullshit he said the other year. God, he pissed me off. Pissed me off so much, especially for someone who claims to be like a working person. "Oh, white middle-aged men are the problem." Who says that? Like, white middle-aged men are predominantly most of the football supporters in this country. Who comes out and says that when you've garnered that support in your England career and for Man United? God, that fucked me off. He really pissed me off, he did. But yeah, did restore no, they don't run anywhere, Chris. They don't run anywhere. They haven't got any councillors anywhere. They're running under a different banner in Great Yarmouth with independents called Norwich First. They're not running a single councillor under their name, which I find to be a massive red flag, to be perfectly honest. If I was a Restore voter and I'd spent 20 quid, 2.8 million quid giving it to a political party, and they're not even running a candidate under their own name, I'd be fucking asking some major questions. Yeah, cheers, Chris. What area? Elswick. What are you saying? In Newcastle. Really, Eric? It's like all of Newcastle's gone green. What the fuck is that all about? What's going on there? I do find that really strange. Why Newcastle would go green. That sounds like South Newcastle and North Newcastle have gone green now. Oh, I love that Suffolk one. Love that Suffolk one. Salford, yeah, Gary Neville's area, innit? Die hard Labour. It's like it makes me laugh because you get these people who are like, "Yeah, I'm like northern working class. I'm gonna vote Labour, centrist globalists." What the fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing? They're about as anti-working class as you could possibly imagine. Reform are more working class than Labour. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Neville. Yeah. Oh, yeah, mate. Yeah, he took that guitar money, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah, what, you talking about Newcastle? Yeah, like, I find that really weird with Newcastle. Very strange. I can kind of understand Salford with Labour if you haven't got a clue what Labour are and you still think they're a working class party. But yeah, those Newcastle ones, I don't understand that. I do not understand that at all. Alan Akbar's there. Oh, brilliant. Is it really? Like, I went to Newcastle I was in Newcastle a couple of years ago. Still seemed like a very English Geordie, you know, town. But then again, I was only in the town centre in St James's. I weren't and out and about on the town at night. I weren't really you don't really see Newcastle. Yeah, big up Essex and Suffolk. Love it, absolutely love it. I think the BBC need to sort themselves out. They're well behind the count here, aren't they? Oh, let's move that again. Oh, no, I've jolted it. What have I done there? No, that one. No, that one. There we go. Teesside. Yeah, mate, I thought what yeah, I don't get that, Eats. I don't get that. That really has shocked me, that has. I could understand if they were Labour. I don't understand the Greens. I don't get it. So either Newcastle just haven't turned out. I'd love to see what the turnout was there. I think that'd be interesting. If it's a low turnout, I think that's then the tactical vote, and I think it will be because of bad turnout that that's gone that way. And yeah, you're right. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to have part of Newcastle go green, but to have if the whole thing's gone green, like cheerio. And that's going to probably fuck Newcastle, football Newcastle as well. If they want to get any planning permission for a new stadium, that'll be out the fucking window because you know the Greens ain't going to be approving that. They'll be absolutely against that. Some Merseyside, really? That's an interesting one. Fucking Carrick. No, not Carrick, Carragher. He's the same, weren't he? Him and Neville. Carragher. I'm die-hard Labour. Starmer's the man to do the job. Like last year, like, fuck off, Carragher. What are you on about? What are you on about? No one in Bootle will ever vote for anyone but Labour. Yeah, that's the fucking problem. You won't vote for anyone but Labour, despite the fact they don't represent anything about you anymore, but you'll still think you're X in that red box because you why? What, because of some die-hard loyalty towards a political party that was drummed into you by your granddad? Like, what the fuck is that? I don't mean to take the piss out of anyone for Liverpool, but my God, wake up. If you think Labour are working class and represent you, please. I've got nothing against anyone voting for a working class party, but Jesus Christ, they're anything but that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 100% Angel. Oh, yeah, yeah, they're gonna come at reform now, all guns blazing. They'll aim everything at reform. They'll have hope, not hate. There will be like, there's a, European institution that funds a whole bunch of anti-reform groups on Facebook and stuff here in this country, and it's led by that guy, Jack. I can't think I did a video on him a while ago. So there's this whole like network of anti-reform campaigners, and they're building like pages and stuff. That will increase tenfold. That will go through the roof now because of that. Because of that, it will go through the roof, and it's all for them defending their gravy train. And it's not the gravy train. It's because lots of these MPs are funded by like West Streeton, for example, yeah? He's heavily funded by private medical companies. Everyone knows this, it's all declared. He's massively funded by private medical companies. So if his seat comes under threat or Labour come under threat or start to lose their power, those organisations will will remove their funding and go elsewhere. And I hope Reform aren't the kind of people that will turn and take that on. That'll piss me off. And I will call that out if I see that. Because what I want them to be is not that. I don't mind them taking like, if they get donations from, like, JCB or construction companies or agriculture companies or, you know, proper businesses and stuff, I've got no problem with that. But if they start delving into private medical companies and all these shitty organizations, I've got no time for that at all. No time. Reformers won Liverpool. Wow. I forgive anyone in Liverpool then if people I thought that would go Labour again. That's monumental. If Liverpool have shifted to Reform, I don't think people realise how big that is. That's bigger than Suffolk and Essex, by the way. That's massive. We're all next year, is it, Dan? When voting's over, Reform wins, we'll be going out to celebrate. I might get a bottle of wine and have a spitzel with my boyfriend. Well done, Claire. I don't know. I was up until 4 o'clock in the morning live streaming. I went to bed, had a sleep for about 4 hours. I've now been live streaming since about 9 o'clock this morning. I can feel the old sitting in this seat and not actually doing anything but this. Biggin Hill is Tory. Yeah, yeah, sorry, it's really hard, KD, for me to, because I've got so many fucking things open at the minute. I've got that open on one tab, that open on another tab, this open on a tab, my actual software open on another tab, on multiple monitors I've got going on here at the minute. Um, they remain Liverpool. Yeah, I didn't think Liverpool were electing, unless they've just got a couple of little no elections in Liverpool, however, there is other pla yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I don't think yeah, it's Merseyside area, isn't it, rather than Liverpool itself as the city. Yeah. Yeah, but that's still big. That's still big because Merseyside in itself is nosy. Okay, really? What's gone reform? Ooh, because it is just predominantly a very Labour area, isn't it? Very Labour union-based area. Have a whiskey or two, yeah. Nosy, yeah, and the Wirral, I think. Is it the Wirral? Didn't get a vote this year in East Northamptonshire, but we already have reform councils. Yeah, you probably got yours last year, Nigel. So you might find as well, depending on how your elections were, that you did a year of seats, then you miss a year, then you do another year of seats, the opposite side. Depends, you have to look locally at what you're doing. They were popular in Merseyside. Okay, nice, nice. Russell Quirk won his seat, did he? Russell Quirk won his seat. Oh, that's cool. I like Russ. I'm gonna give him a bell later. Nice. Yeah, Russell's a good guy. Greens, Hack Hackney don't surprise me at all with the Greens. Doesn't surprise me one little bit. Yarmouth at 4 p.m. Hampshire shifted to reform. Yeah. Well, they've gained 4 councils now in total, so it's good. Still probably gonna get Norfolk, so that'll be 5. And they're just damaging all the other councils. This is where people have got to realise what they're doing. It's not just about you might look at it and say, like, they only took 5 councils. No, that's the important number. That's the important number. It's they're destabilising lots of other councils as well, and they're getting people in those councils. So every single time you see Conservatives and Labour are losing power, it's more important to look at how many the Conservatives and Labour are losing rather than what Reform are gaining. Because Labour and the Tories are losing control of a lot of councils because of Reform. That's the distinction to make. That's what you should be looking at. What Beth's saying is spot on. She's actually nailed it there. This now has got nothing to do with how many councils they control. It's the actual power they have now got inside lots of councils across this country. It's massive. Normal people didn't realise how many reform. Yeah, I think that's what the reality is gonna hit home today, is they don't realise how many reform voters there are out there now. Because I've seen it myself where I've gone out and spoke to people and been like, "Who are you voting for in the election?" And like, "Well, I used to be a Tory, but I'm kind of on the fence a little bit." And then if I was filming, I'd take the camera off and they'd be like, "I'm voting Reform, Bruce, but gotta be careful what you say these days, haven't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I get it, because 'cause you'll get called a far right fascist, I know." But don't worry, once the election cycle's over, they're not gonna really be able to swing that around anymore, because when they realise that most normal people in the country now are voting for this, that just dispels that completely. And the funny thing is what a lot of them were campaigning on was to stop reform, weren't it? A lot of them were campaigning on, "We've got to stop the far right, stop reform." And I think that was I think that did more damage than good. I think they believed in their own heads that there was this they've got it into their own heads through their hierarchy, through their 1922 NEC committees, through the Fabian Society. They kind of generated this image of the far right, didn't they? They generated this, try to generate this narrative of the far right, and then started calling normal people it. And as soon as they started calling normal people it, that just galvanized everyone, didn't it? They were like, hold on a minute, hold on a minute. Because then you had a lot of people who were then reluctant to admit they were reform supporters because they didn't want to be tarnished with the fascist far right brush, but were then like, right, you wait in the general election, I'm going to show you. And I know there are a lot of people like that. No, Milt, he's already said, MK, that he's not going to step down. I think it'll go over his head. The NEC will make a decision that he's got to go. And as soon as that happens, they'll start running. They'll get him out one way or another. There'll be there'll be an internal thing that goes out and basically tells the Labour MPs to vote. It'll either be the membership will get asked to call a vote of no confidence in him, it'll come from the membership or the unions. They'll call a vote of no confidence inside the party structure. And then the NEC, I would imagine, are probably already talking to Rayner, Burnham, and possibly two others. Street in potentially. I don't know who the third, fourth would be. They normally do four because then they'll do like two sort of semi-finals, like a semi-final where you'll vote two against two, and then there'll be a leadership vote. The members will vote on it, but the NEC will kind of guide the membership down to we either want Burnham or Rayner, etc., etc. Yeah, but yeah, I don't think they can really get away with keeping him in post now because it's just going to be too much damage. Yeah, I think it gets to a point. Um, Kemi Badenoch, we said the Conservatives are coming back, and here we are. What? Down 262 seats. How is that? Do these not how to do numbers? It's like Labour with their £3 bus fare, isn't it? Well, we've kept the bus fare at £3 by increasing it by a quid. Well done. Kemi Badenoch. We're coming back minus 262 seats. Yeah, here we go, Diane. Look at Diane coming out. Changing the leader without changing the politics will not avert disaster, and she's very true. Because the problem is not just their leadership; it's the entire direction of their party. Oh, Beth's pulled her mic out. Still got the pot on Sky. Not Wes. Yeah, but he'll get put up. I guarantee it. He'll get put up because he's one of the union backed. He's a union backed one. He'll end up. But I think the NEC will make the NEC will really make the decision on who they want to put in. I just don't see it. I think they've already done too much damage to themselves. I genuinely can't believe anyone in this country, if Labour change leader, is going to turn around and be like, "Oh, nice. All right. Oh, Rayner's in. Yeah, let's all go vote Labour again." I mean, who's going to do that? No one. But I'll tell you what, though, one bit of credit I'll give Abbott is she has been quite condemning of them, and I don't think she gives a shit anymore. I think she's in her last few years. She's elected MP, so even if she gets booted out of the Labour Party, she'll retain her seat as an independent. I think she's kind of had her. I think she's like, you know what, I'm done after this. I'm just going to speak my mind. I actually got more credit. I've actually got more credit to her for that than the sneaky twats that don't say anything. The new ones who've just got into the party and been elected local like recently, their first term, who just sit on their hands and do nothing. I've got no time for them. None. At least she's probably. I mean, obviously she's got her problems, but at least she's actually calling him out. She called him out about the Mandelson thing, didn't she? She absolutely called him out right in Parliament. What's this declaration for Perth? Results coming in Perth. Tameside, I think it has. I think it has got reform. Abbott, are you on about Andrew? Yeah, yeah, she's not bad to be honest. She just comes up with some whoppers every now and again, doesn't she? She's like a bit of comedy relief. I don't like this. I generally don't like. I don't mind criticising people when they're causing damage to society. Um, and I know I've poked jibes at her before in the past. I generally don't like attacking someone's character just for the sake of it. If they come up with an absolute whopper, then fair play, fair game, ain't you? But You had a Labour MP that went around taking down all the union flags. Yeah, and it's that kind of thing that will get him unelected, I think. Yeah, yeah, Julia. Yeah, well, come on, Starmer. I think it's like 2 bad things, isn't it, rolled into one? Terrible policy, terrible leader. What's that? The no overall control changes are strange. Not having that up in Scotland, it paints a different picture looking at it. I hope that never comes up here. Yeah. Yeah, the no overall control thing is a bit stupid. I don't really agree with it either. You can go onto the as much as I don't like saying it, but the BBC do very good election coverage. So if you go on the BBC's election coverage page, type your postcode in, it'll tell you everything about your area. Oh, John Swinney got elected. He's a fucking melting. Again, look at the gains, Reform up 17%, SNP actually down 6.7%, even though he retained his leadership, and Tories down 12%. So again, that's a reform push in that area. They can sit there shouting, saying, "Oh, yeah, well done," but got a 16% majority, fair enough, but I don't think they will, Eric. I don't think there'll be a Green Party, Labour Party heartland. Greens have gained 64 seats. It's not exactly staggering. It barely makes up a council at best, and that's spread out across. They've already declared. Uh, what is it like? Over halfway through. Yes, you have, David. Toodaloo. That's what I'd say to the Conservatives. Toodaloo. Sorry, David's talking. Right, I'm gonna go for a wee again, guys. I need to pee. I'll be back in a minute. Don't disappear. More to come. More to come on election day. We love it, don't we? What have I done there? Oh, there we go. Refresh the wrong one. Try to refresh. The BBC need to keep up, don't they? The BBC are way behind here. It's no good. They haven't even gone past 600 yet. Look down there. Yes, David. I think they'll go hell for leather now on getting us back in the EU because it's one thing they know will put a halt to what Reform UK want to do, and they will sign us into deals and clauses that it's going to be very difficult for us to get out of without a major financial burden. So I think they will fuck us over massively after this. Be fast so it doesn't. I don't think that did that. I don't think that did that. I want to try this audio thing again to see if that plays in the background because I don't understand why that weren't playing. I think it might have had something to do with the audio. Can you hear that? I don't. I don't think you can hear that when I turn this up, can you? Right, back in a moment, hey guys. Again, thank you very much for joining me. Loving it. Loving the chats. Loving this. He's saying it as it is. If you can't hear it, he's pretty much saying what I said earlier, that people have woke up to the fact that it doesn't matter who you are, Labour are just crippling you across the board. Small businesses, cafes, bakeries, coffee shops, barbers, uh, landscaping firms, independent builders. plumbers, electric, they're just fucking everybody over. That's just the BBC is shit in the brick. Yes, they are. Oh yeah, Rich. Yeah, there'll be so many people that deny it. Keir Starmer was the shadow Brexit secretary. So when Theresa May was, so basically they were rejecting everything that the Tory. I mean, I blame the Tories. Both of them are equally as bad at this as everyone, as anyone. Um, yeah. So any proposals the Tories were putting in, Labour were rejecting them. They ended up watering everything down, and then Boris came in, and they signed Boris's deal off. The Starmer and everyone else did. So they knew what it was. It was a complete piece of shit. I interviewed David as well. He stood in my area for MP in 2024, and he was campaigning in Brandon, so I went and did an interview with him. He's a really nice guy as well. He's a good bloke. I know they can come across on TV sometimes in a way, but until you actually meet him and chat to him, yeah, David's all right. I had a chat with him at the conference last year as well. He's a good guy. Yeah, yeah, Labour will, mate. Yeah, 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 absolutely, Dave. Labour will go into overdrive now to push their agenda because this is going to happen again next year. By the way, there's going to be elections in 2027 as well, and they're going to get battered again in that. Which is why I've always kind of said I think the general election will come in 2027 because I think they'll want to put a stop to it. I think they'll want to try and halt reform because the longer this goes on, the stronger reform will get. Council by council, seat by seat, vote by vote, constituency by constituency, they'll just get stronger and stronger and stronger. And it makes more sense for Labour and the Tories to warrant a general election before reform gets stronger. But I think we're already past that. I think reform have already got the backing of the people, as long as people are not over expectant on what they think they can do. I think if people get some reality, we can get a change and we can start shifting this in the right direction. But that change has got to come from local level and at national level. Yeah, and I think I agree, John. I think they'll make the general public pay for this. Now you'll really see what they are, and what they're all about. This is going to open a very big window. Yeah, I think it will be. But I've said for a while that I think a general election will be 2027. I do think it will happen. Yep. Right. Going to the toilet and stuff. I'll be back in a minute. Hopefully this will stay on. I don't know if I should like leave the chair spinning or something. Just having a banana. I didn't even take my cup with me. So, am I still here? Have I gone black again? Get a grip. What have I gotta get a grip about? Sorry, I had to get myself a banana. I was getting a bit hungry. Got me drink. Am I back? Has it gone black screen again? Farage is on his way to Downing Street. I think he should. He might as well just go there now. Just take over. Okay, we're all good. See everything? Reform group going West Suffolk Reform group going absolutely wild. Adrian got elected. Yes. I was trying to read your trying to catch up on your messages. What was that? First a loo break, then a banana, now off to get me cup. Yeah, I didn't really do that very cleverly, did I? I didn't get a grip. The BBC need to sort themselves out, right? They've only just turned over 606. What are we actually on? 652. I've really got to send a video to this lot because a lot of them support me, and I've been trying to help them as well with stuff with their social media and things. I should really probably ping a message out to them. You're watching in Greece, Paul? Nice. Careful, Labour will have you. That Labour will have you. I don't like English people interfering from foreign lands. They're really against it. They might try and do you, mate, for watching, supported from a different country. I wouldn't put it past them. We're banning anyone from getting involved in elections who live elsewhere. That'll be the next thing they do. Latte, mate. Either way. SNP, yeah, yeah. But the funny thing is, like, I speak to a lot of Scottish people, and a lot. I don't know if it's just the people I speak to, but they always seem to like hate the SNP. Yet they keep getting in. And I'll be honest, I don't go to Scotland a lot. I don't know if there's anyone from Scotland in here. I don't go to Scotland a lot, and it always seems like the Scots fucking hate the SNP, but keep electing them. Is it like here where you've just got this bunch of people that just always will put an X in the SNP box no matter what? You're in Crete, Andrew. Nice. Oh, it's so funny listening to this lot. I don't know if you can hear what they're saying. I know this audio hasn't been working particularly well where I'm trying to show you what they're saying, but, they're all now like I think it's really starting to hit home with a lot of them now. Labour down 416 seats. It's really starting to hit home that, this is gonna be a tragedy for 'em. Is it just box ticking? Yeah, Katie, I thought as much. Right, really? Yeah, I've always felt that yeah, it's definitely there's a football vote there, isn't there? It's definitely a lot more they're very national, aren't they? Very national in Scotland. And like, fair play to them, but I just think the SNP as a party are dog shit, aren't they? I don't think that man, what's his face, Swinney, really represents Scotland, does he? Yeah, they keep getting in. I know they've been heavily hit, but they're retaining their seats, but they're taking a hit as they're doing it. Turnout numbers aren't great. I thought they'd be big. You reckon? Yeah, they classify Reform as an English party. Yeah, they're on about bringing Burnham back now. It's all the talk about bringing Burnham back. Burnham's the man. I don't think one man comes in now and fixes Labour. I don't think the change in leadership fixes it because it's bigger than that. Unless he comes in and says, "I wanna explicitly apologise to the nation for Keir Starmer calling you far-right fascist. I want to explicitly apologise for the fact that we're telling you not to raise your national flags. I want to explicitly come in and reverse everything we've done because we're fucking awful." Hi, DR, how are you, mate? Look at it, look at it, look at the Starmer, look at Starmer. I'm not gonna walk away, mate. Honestly, read the room, mate. Read the room. Now, after my banana, I'm gonna shove some M&Ms in my face. I cannot wait to hear what the literal plastic lefty has got to say. Vorderman, you know, who told everyone to go and vote Labour in 2024, who's now spent 3 months telling everyone to vote Green. The literal paid grifter, millionaire grifter who likes to tell people who to vote for, as long as it's not the far right fascists. 47%. That's actually not bad for locals. I'd say that's probably up. It's usually about 40%. But it's just their way of getting a reset, Lee. It's what they like to do because they think that if we, it gives them like a bit of leeway time with a reset. Because then what they'll do, they reset the leader and they say, "Oh, you've got, to, you know, we've obviously learned from our mistakes. Now we need another year to correct everything." And this is what I've always maintained. I think, I personally think what will happen is Armour goes relatively quickly. They'll go into self-preservation mode, which will be basically turning back everything they've already, not turning back what they've done, but trying to completely shift their narrative, which will ultimately still be the same thing, just worded differently is what they'll do. Starmer's not. I mean, how have they ever thought that that a lawyer, a barrister, is the type of person people want to be spoken to, like the general public of the UK, by a barrister? Who would come up with that? But apparently prior to it, they did all these they do these this is what the NEC will do. They do all these, think tanks and all this shit. What do the people wanna see? They wanna see someone who's honest. They wanna see someone who's honest, who won't lie, who's got a lawyer background. Yeah, of all the people you could have picked. Of all the people you could have picked, you want honesty, to display honesty, so you pick a barrister, especially one who's got ties to some very unscrupulous things that he's done in his past as a defender of basic criminals. Yeah, but Steve, in a general election, in local election turnout is usually around 40%, mate. Local elections, which is what these are. General election, 50%'s about the average. Local is 40. So they're getting average is 50. That's a 10% increase. It's actually quite a big shift. I was expecting like 40, 38 to 48%. So if you're getting places well over 50, that's actually a big turnout. Depends where it is, because you have to look at obviously the statistics of previous elections. Yeah, I agree, Andrew. I personally think it should be set in law that your manifesto is a contract. And if you break that contract, you then there's repercussions of it, i.e., a re-election. Um, Yeah, there has to be some penalty for it because too many times we see it now where they bring a policies out, manifestos out, and then they just go against it. And I don't think Labour have actually achieved a single manifesto point. I can't think of one they've achieved. They were saying they were going to recruit more school teachers. Don't think that happened because the manifesto is usually what they're promising within the first year, like immediate change. And I can't see that they've fulfilled anything they said in their manifesto. Maybe one thing, like their manifesto was quite shallow anyway, I thought. They certainly didn't stop the boats, did they? They certainly haven't. I mean, what's this Border Security Command done? That was like their big thing, weren't it? For the entire election campaign, all they were on about was GB Energy and Border Security Command. What's happened to any of that? You don't hear anything about it. Badenoch? What is she on about? This shows you they are deluded. Unless Sky have just spelt that wrong, because I think it was supposed to say, "This is the beginning of the end." Not this is the beginning, not the end. I guess I was like doing the lottery. Yeah, mate, it was. Yeah. Well done, Dave. You have to vote. You have to vote. People have to vote. Because the only way we get a change, irrelevant of whether you like reform or not, I think what most of us want to see is a change of direction, something different, just to see if something can be done, changed. Will they go against the agenda? Will they change things back into working class people? Will they make the country better? And then it has to be tested. And if they don't, we criticize it and we go again. We get out and we vote them out, and get someone else in. But we have to realize our own power as a people. There's a lot more of us than them. You finished my book? Oh, thank you very much. Oh, brilliant. Did you like it? I always like a bit of feedback, especially live feedback. If there's anything I could have added. But I think what I wanted to do with the book was I wanted to keep it working class, explain a bit about me so people saw where I was coming from, that I weren't some academic who's trying to tell them what I thought. This is that I've grown up probably like everybody else has without understanding it and then learning it. And I tried to convey that in the book from a not what I know now, but what I would have wanted to know at the start when I started. What are the things that could help me better understand going forward? So that's what the whole book was always about. I'm glad you enjoyed it, mate. Thank you. Go give it a review. I need some reviews. I only got one M&M left. This is tragic. Oh yeah. Oh mate, yeah. I am not past them generating an issue to combat this. Oh, Ian, that's well done, mate. Thank you very much, mate. As a Scotsman, you're proud of England today. Well done, mate. I love that. Yeah, John. Yeah, yeah. I think I think it would be very hard for them to drag us into a war after the stance they've all made. But I'm not past the fact that they don't that something doesn't get done to either put a halt on things. There will be a reaction to this, trust me, from the establishment. My mum's watching, is she? Where is she? The problem is because I'm getting multiple comments, she's actually hold on, she's just messaged me. Yeah, she's just messaged me saying she's done a "Hello, mum. Hi, mum. Mum's watching." I'll tell you what, she's checking that I'm not I'll tell you what she's doing. She's checking, that I'm not using bad language. That's what she's doing. Yes, they are, Paul. You like it? Oh, thank you very much, Chris. Got it on audio. Yeah, sorry, you've got to listen to me drone on for about an hour and a half. I can't remember how long the audio about 2 hours, then it? I think when I read it, I recorded it, but I can't actually remember how long it was. Yeah, it's a good thought, Chris. Yeah, how will it impact Northern Ireland? Yeah, well, I think what it'll do, mate, because I know Reform, what's their iteration over there? They've got an alignment over there, haven't they? So this will just exponentially make Reform a very big organisation. And I think what I was trying to convey earlier was people don't realise that once they start taking more of these councils and they start diminishing the establishment, what will actually happen is the establishment, Labour, Conservative, etc., who've obviously had donors from UK business, etc., they will start looking at them now and saying, these are not really where the country is at the minute. The people are obviously going there, so they start pulling their support donorship and stuff, donors and donations and stuff for them, and they'll start pushing towards reform, which then gives them more campaign funding, gives them more data acquisition, gives them more presence to go and gain more councils. Um, so I think what we're seeing really is when reform got there, which was unheard of in political history, what they did in 2024, at a very lucky time, I think, because the Conservatives were so bad, which is why they got the seats they did. Um, but now, since they've built on that, they've actually built the machine. Last year with a few councils, this year way more councils. They're getting more control and diminishing the power of the establishment. And what you'll see is British industry will start to see that as well. And then they'll start supporting what they think will be the next government. And once you start getting the fund, everything, I don't care what people say, it's about money. And if you look at Labour and Tories' last general election campaigns, I think they blew like 50 to 60 million each. Each. Reform spent like 10 million. So what it will do is it will it diminishes their funding in election campaigning. Reforms will get heavily boosted, which means they'll be able to go and leaflet more houses, um, do more stuff, do more press, do more things, employ more people. So really, people don't. I think don't people realise what a massive shift this is. It's a really big shift, and it's one that will cascade. And as I've said multiple times, I think you're going to see a big kickback from the establishment. I think they're going to come at reform hard now. They will be out deploying, hope not hate, everything they can to just do everything they can to discredit reform. And I think what they'll do is make the mistake of continuing to mock the British people, calling them far right, calling them fascists. And if they carry on down that route, they're just going to make this worse and worse and worse for themselves. TUV, yeah. See, I thought it was. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, mate. My dad's Northern Irish, so I'm half Irish, but I don't know. Obviously, because I'm English, half Irish, half English, but I live in England, so obviously focus a little bit more on what goes on here. I do find Northern Irish politics a little bit complicated, more complicated. Maybe not so much in Northern Ireland, but definitely the Republic. It's like a different system a little bit, isn't it? It's like I think they use the alternative vote, which is a different voting system. 673. Do you think there will be a tissue short? It's one of them moments where all the tissue collectors that they still got stored up from lockdown, yeah, get blowing your noses. There's it's funny because as the footage has gone on, you're seeing all the leaders coming out. Starmer's not gonna quit. Badenoch says it's not the end, like, this is just the beginning. Fuck off. You've been absolutely obliterated here. It's not even finished yet. It isn't even anywhere near finished yet. Norfolk will fall soon, I'm pretty sure. Labour have just held Rochdale, by the way, if you can see it over there. They'll misreport May the 16th. They'll try and do everything now. They're just gonna try and carry on with their discrediting of reform. They'll ramp it up. But then real people are going to start seeing reform, start doing things in councils. They'll start interacting with the councillors and they'll see them on the streets. And that's what you'll get now. You'll get surgeries and things, and they'll be more embedded in proper buildings. It's a lot different. It's a bit different when you've got, like, I go to the branch meetings for reform and they hire out a community centre and there'll be like 100 to 200 of us there most of the time, 100 most of the time. Sometimes it will dip into a bit more, but what that will then transfer that to is then um, the council hub becomes the hub, and they can start inviting constituents in, and you've got 50 odd people there or 40 odd people there that can then talk to the locals, and then you start garnering the people that didn't vote for you, convincing the conservative vote to come over to you, and getting the conservative voters on board, and then showing Labour voters who think they're still working class when they're not, that actually they can do a good job. And I think they will do that. I think that's what will happen. It's going to take time. People have to allow them the time. Ain't going to happen in 5 minutes. But that's the weight of this. That's what I think people don't understand. This is a lot bigger than just you took a seat, like job done. There's a whole bigger picture to it. And it all feeds in, like the boroughs feed into the districts feed into the county feeds into the top seats in parliament. It's all a tiered system, and the more you control of the tiers, the better off you're going to be. Simple as that. No guesses for why Labour have held Rochdale. Oh yeah, they don't want reform in there. Oh my god, if reform got in there, they'd turn that fucking place upside down. My mum telling me to stay safe. Yeah, uh, she does get concerned about me. She does worry. I'm lucky that I live in very out in the middle of nowhere in Suffolk. But I do hear from other content creators who live in bigger towns and cities that when they go out, sometimes they get shit off people. Um, Definitely, I've spoke like obviously Alex Armstrong, I know, and he's had threats made against him, and has to be careful about like really careful being in London about giving up his address. There's some fucking lunatics out there, some proper nutters. And we're not talking like I'm the kind of person that's going to go out and harm anyone. Like I just speak words. So I'm not going to go out and physically harm anyone, and I'm not advocating for anyone to hurt anybody or do any wrong by anyone. But these people will do that just because of the words you speak. They don't want to hear what you. They've got no time for what you're saying, and they tarnish you with this brush. And unfortunately, what happened with Wes, which was fucking horrible, um, if you did see the video I did and saw his video, he explains in the video that apparently the Antifa lot got hold of his mate, stole his camera, and then was saying to him, "Is that Wesley Winters? Is that Wesley?" So they knew who he was because he obviously covers these protests. So they were actively looking for him. And then his mate, unfortunately, Wes had his phone in his bag while he was filming. His mate was trying to text him, and Wes never saw it. And then they got him. Bury up north or Bury Suffolk? Yeah, they are. They are, Gary. I think they're extremely violent, very radical. Um, yeah, not there's not very many good people in there. They don't like conversation, and I think what's weird is it's not just here. You see the similarities across multiple different language speaking countries, be it Western, but in Europe, um, same narrative, same people masked up, same banners, same kind of protest all the time. In America as well. So it's an ideology, it's an agenda. It's so obvious to see. 10 minutes, not much at the minute. I think the seats have jumped up to 680 now for reform. Labour's just getting worse and worse. Conservatives ain't doing much. Kemi Badnoch came on and said, it's not the end, it's just the beginning, despite losing 272 seats so far. Keir Starmer says he's not going to quit. He's going to carry on despite losing 416 seats. Yeah, nothing's changed basically, apart from the fact Reform UK are absolutely trouncing the crap out of the establishment, and they just don't want to admit it yet. I actually disagree with that. No, I don't think democracy is fake. I think democracy is very real, just not enough people believe in it. Because this is proving a point. If reform were the establishment, or the bigger argument from ultra conspiracy theorists could be, this is all being done by design. So then we might as well just shut this down, go about our day, and get on with it. Yeah, I'll stop talking about it. You all just give up, and we all just go about our day. Just accept it. Oh yeah, France. Yeah. Antifa France are terrible. Like they're and Wes was even saying in his video, like they're on a level way different to here. But then again, I do. The funny thing is we kind of take the piss out of the French for waving the white flag in World War II when Germany invaded, obviously. Because do you ever hear about why they waved the white flag? Do you ever know what that was about? Because basically they didn't want France to get destroyed by the Germans. So they waved the white flag to protect their cities, to protect their history. bit shit, innit? Which then caused us to go into a war in France, fighting in France to fucking get it back from them, and America and everyone else that got involved. Ultimately ended up in most of their stuff being destroyed anyway. So, brilliant live. Thank you very much, mate. Again, I've done it again. I've lost track. I started talking about something and completely lost track of what I was talking about. It was something to do with one of your messages. Oh, they're going so quick. Welsh results coming in, are they? Oh, yeah, we're talking about in France, yeah, how nasty they are. Oh, yeah. Um, yeah, even like then, like when they go out and like I was there when they were doing their fuel protests, they don't fuck about. I tell you what, you ain't telling the French to get behind a barrier. Like, and this is where I think we fail in this country miserably when we do. We've allowed these governments to let protests be cordoned off. Um, we're not allowed to disrupt anything, which is the entire point of a protest, is to cause disruption to get yourself heard. But we allowed them some, by consistently voting for these shit governments. And well, I know it's not us necessarily voting for them, but because people keep consistently putting this not in power, enabled them to then put policy and legislation in place that basically curtails protest to you must only do it here at this time and stay behind this barrier on this side of the road. And we all follow it. I've seen you see the uproar in places like Epping and the Bell Hotel and other places, and everyone's there and they're all behind the barricade and they're all waving their flags and the cars are just driving up and down, beating their horns. And I'm like, yeah, this is not this is not going to get anyone's attention. It did, obviously, and it does get some attention, but not the kind of attention it needs to get. They won't have that in France. I was in France when they did the fuel protest, and they fucking shut the city down. They shut Paris down. There was thousands of them running around in high vis vests, all masked up, like not they're coming up to us and being like, English, like yeah, yeah, yeah. And like, what are you doing? And they're like, we protest. I don't know what the fuck language that was. I have no idea what I just did there. That weren't French by any stretch of the imagination. But they're like, yeah, fuel, fuel. And I was like, oh, okay, nice, nice. So me and my best mates, we're all walking around with our missuses, and we're like, what the fuck is going on here? Flares going off, all sorts of shit. They didn't have any interest in us. They were just interested in shutting the city down and sending a message. Sending a message. And they're good at it. Like they don't care. They don't listen to the rules. And they've done it multiple times. Farming, everything. They don't give a fuck. They don't listen to I've tried the same thing in France. You must do this, you must do that. Nah. What's this at? Oh, Newport. They did. Yes, Grand Tour did do a very good bit about France. Yeah. Churchill actually proposed joining with France in a combined United Kingdom and Republic. Wow. So reform of St Newport in Wales, and he's the leader. So he's been elected. That's big. Yeah, reforms one Newport. That's a big one, isn't it? That's like the first notch of them taking Wales. That'll be huge. Yeah, Darren, yeah. Brilliant. I hope they do a good job. I generally, you've always got to have that inkling of a little bit of that. You have to have a little bit of that. And it's like, come on, don't fucking let us down. Let's do a good job now. You've been given an opportunity now by the general public to do a good job. He's saying they smash Labour in the process if you can't hear this. And he's got a point. He's saying that Plaid Cymru have been operating there for like decades and have never got close. Reform have come in 5 years and just basically smashed Labour out the window. Flag Force Braintree, who go and put up flags on poles in people's houses. Small splinter group called Flag Force Braintree. Nice. Well done, mate. Love it. Yeah, they are massively behind, aren't they? They've been behind all day, way behind. I just updated it, but they're still miles behind. Do you think so, Rich? That that's what will happen, that they'll do a deal with Labour? Mm. But still, if they've got to do a deal, that's then at least shook it up there, hasn't it? Instead of just this 100-year rule that Labour have had. I think that's what it needed, didn't it? It just needed a good kick up the arse, didn't it? No, well done to him getting elected there. That's good. 2211. So Reform have two in the Senate, uh, Plaid have two in the Senate, Tories and Labour one each. So it's still even Stevens. Really, Cyril? So what is it like? Age in your area is the problem, or are you Labour in Bury? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course they will, Rich. Of course they will, Rich. 100% they will. So, again, it's proof of the establishment fighting against the outsider. I never understand why people say reform. Like you can see what's going on behind it, like going not in behind the scenes. It's in pure daylight what they're doing and what they're going to try and do to stop reform getting in. And when you're terrified of when you're, if you if these people are on your side or they're part of your system, you don't go that far out of your way to try and stop them. You just like let it play out. Maybe a little bit of kickback for a bit of pantomime, but the way they've been going at reform ever since they got into parliament tells a very different story. They do not want reform anywhere near in here because they know they're there to disrupt this fucking gravy train. Given the argument and fair argument should be, well, do they then just turn the gravy train round into their own favour? Absolutely. I'm not beyond the point of thinking that. Politics at the end of the day, but at least it's something different from the last 100 years in Wales and England. Scotland has just done what it's going to do. Shout out for the 81st PE Day. Yes, there we go, Jeeves. To all the people that fought for our freedoms. Very true, mate. Yep. I never really get them, don't we, on like what you call like either centenary years, don't you? Like 80 years, 90 years, or a five, maybe a five in there. Is it? Hi, Slim. Hi, Slim. Who won? Well, Swinney's retained his leader's seat, so you can probably guess that Scotland's going to go SNP. But I think Reform will make gains. I think Reform will potentially could get opposition there. No, I think it'll be the Lib Dems more than anything. More than 50%, really? Yeah, but actually, but the thing is, Mario, you're misreading it because they're not actually doing that well. They've only gained 33 seats. So they're just retaining seats they already held in areas they already held, so predominantly Lib Dem areas. So they're not gaining much. If anything, the Greens have taken seats away from the Lib Dems because they've gained 81. Libs have only gained 33, and Reform have obviously gained 637. The story of the day is how many the Tory and Labour are losing. And we're now at what? We're not even halfway yet. Not even halfway. It's surprising me how long a lot of these are taking me. I thought these would have been coming in a lot thicker and faster than this today. They got Yarmouth, did they? Doesn't surprise me. They focused everything on it, didn't they? The thing is, well, it isn't actually Restore, is it? It was what is it? Norwich First, whatever they put it as all independents. They'll all now convert to Restore Britain, which for me is a bit of skullduggery. Really, it's not very democratic. You could use your own banner. There's no reason why they couldn't. I don't know why they didn't use the Restore logo, and why they had to use an independent party for it. Seems a bit. I don't know. Nothing against them for getting it. Well done to them, but it just seems a bit shady, if you ask me. Greens are they? Oh yeah, this is going to be the best part about today. The Greens and the Liberal left are losing their fucking shit. It's not, no, it's not even Great Yarmouth First. They're called like Norfolk First or Norwich First. Yeah. I mean, they obviously pushed them from Restore, but yeah. I think what will happen is those councillors will defect to Restore now, which to me is just fucking shit. That ain't how you do things. You put your logo on them or don't put your logo on them. And I think it will happen within a few months. They won't do it immediately because it'll just be too obvious, but it'll happen. They'll all convert to Restore Britain. So they can then say they've got 11 councillors, which won't have actually been democratically elected under their name. So yeah. Yeah. But this is the thing, right? The left, the radical left, they'll go into fucking meltdown over this. You wait for the protests. You wait. You think the protests have been bad? It will go through the roof. They just crossed 700. Bloody BBC need to sort themselves out. They're way behind the count, aren't they? Way behind. How the Sky getting like the results that much quicker? And we're now over halfway. 73 out of 136 councils have been declared. So just over halfway. Still got Scotland to declare, Wales to declare, Norfolk, which will, yeah, I think that'll be. Oh, thank you very much, Arson. Much appreciated. When am I back on GB? Well, yeah, I did three stints on GB, didn't I? And I don't really. The funny thing is I think they had to not discredit myself, but they had to professionalize a little bit. I think they had to conform to Ofcom a little bit, and I think they started being less. So unless Alex asked me to come on the five, which he did a while ago, but I couldn't actually make it. He asked me in January, but I couldn't make it at the time. I had my little boy. Um, so unless they ask me back on again, but I think they've kind of looking for more like people that have got a politics degree or a journalist degree or something, or have come out of the system sort of thing, rather than just blokes that talk shit on the internet. Although Adam, I love Adam. Adam does really well on there. He does really good. But I feel like he started doing a lot more on social media than he ever did before, like independently. So I wonder if they're kind of maybe pushing him out a little bit. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him, so I wouldn't want to make any assumptions. But I think they kind of got not a battering from Ofcom, but I think they're kind of having to. And I don't like. There's nothing against them because that's going to come down on them sooner or later that they have to start conforming to Ofcom, which unfortunately is another one of the things that we need to change in government to start easing regulations on stuff, because it's Ofcom and all the offs, the Ofgems, Ofcom that put these regulations on these institutions. You can't do anything about it. You kind of have to, because they just pull you off the air. So you have to comply until we get a government in that want to ease and let free speech run again. Then you ain't going to change it, are you? So I don't know. Yeah, maybe Alex will ask me at some point. Maybe I'll go on the five again at some point. I know Will's now doing a lot more like his own presenting stuff, like early morning stuff. But I think he's still. I don't think he necessarily does the five as much. But I talked to Dr. Renee. I got her number and a lot of the others. I might actually pick her a message one time and just say, if you're ever hosting and you want me on, give me a shout. Because obviously, out of sight, out of mind, they can forget about you, can't they? So I might actually just ping them a message and say, by the way, guys, still here. Don't forget about me. I might get an invite. Thank you very much, Charlton. Much appreciated. How does the BBC get away with it? Because they're kind of their own they regulate themselves. They don't really get regulated by Ofcom because they're bigger than Ofcom. So they've got BBC fact check for fuck's sake. They've got it's like they mark their own homework, don't they? They're supposed they've got like a BBC regulator. So they regulate themselves. They're like, that's why everyone gets picked. That's why the big uproar is about them, is that they're basically self-governed. They do whatever they want. And even if and this is the thing, the last time they got called out was for breaking their own editorial rules over Gaza. So they actually had to chop themselves for breaking their own rules around media impartiality. And then what happens? Nothing. Someone fucking gets a telling off in a boardroom. Someone maybe gets a sack, and it's like, oh yeah, we sacked this person because yeah, he wasn't doing it the right way, and they just re-employ someone else to carry on with the same agenda. Is it Great Yarmouth Fest? Is it? There we go. Yeah. Katie, I genuinely like to talk to a person who actually complains to Ofcom. I can only imagine they have their own fun police badge that they carry around in their wallets. Brilliant, mate. But yeah, Ofcom is just literally. But that's the thing is you get all the lefties, don't you? All the lefties just put endless complaints in about GB News. And the lefties have been running a campaign against GB News where basically anyone that advertises on them, they were sending out like multiple people to send complaints to the organisations that were advertising on GB News, basically saying they were going to get them delisted and off Google like ad search and stuff like that. And they were going to get people to just basically discredit their businesses. And then there's like an anti left wing, right sided, and it's a I don't know how it's worded exactly, but it's the keep GB News alive or keep GB News keep GB News advertising alive group. There's like thousands of people in this group, and they then go out and bait all the people to say the British public love GB News. You'd better keep advertising on it, otherwise we're going to boycott your business. They've got this whole war going on in the background that most people aren't even seeing. And it's all the Greens. It's all the Greens. It's their little moany lot that have got nothing better to do. How did Braintree do? Off the top of my head, because we've had loads of info, I can't remember. Um, Essex is Reform UK now, so I would imagine probably gone Reform. Yeah, that's it. But I don't think that's any like slight on them. I do think it comes down to they start getting impartiality regulations put on them that they're not maybe, which I think they're actually one of the fairer ones. Like whenever I did GB News, there was always Kai or Jonathan or whoever was there sat next to me. So they always have a lefty on, even though it's predominantly right aligned in the narrative, but they always have a lefty on. And I think they always try and put a lefty on in most of their debates and panels and stuff. There's always a lefty there. You don't necessarily see that on other channels. I don't see ITV putting up loads of right wingers all the time. They talk to the Greens a lot, for sure, and the Libs. So it's kind of like, yeah, if you're an established news network like BBC, ITV, Channel 4, you can't get your own set of rules, and then Ofcom come down hard on anyone that's not inside their little sphere. They did the same with Talk TV, didn't they? Talk TV, similar thing. Ofcom levied down because I think Labour changed the regulations on broadcast media. So again, another little thing that would have got slipped through that none of us would have known about. They changed the regulations for how Ofcom regulates these things inside the regulator. Because said before, they don't change a law. They don't come out and say, we're making a new law that you've got to do this to comply with broadcasting rules. All they do is change the regulations inside Ofcom. They can then say Ofcom are the ones that are doing it, and it's nothing to do with us. Ofcom then imply the regulations because they have the weight of government to impose sanctions on whoever doesn't comply with them. And then the organisation has to realign their policy around those regulations and conform to them. Otherwise, you get pulled off the air. So it's kind of like you either conform or get gone. And unfortunately, that's how the world works. Isn't it? But I think what most of us are trying to vote for with reform or changes to maybe have a bit of a relaxation on that stuff, to return a bit of free speech, to just like ease the red tape and the restriction on people. What's that, Martin? The Scottish no, I'm not gonna repeat it. The problem with Scotland is it's full of Scots. The only ones who vote for them are the Irish, are the ones that claim to be Irish. Stay independent, mate. Yeah, exactly, and I've always thought that I think that they never really told me what to when I went on there, I can say this now, they never told me what I should and shouldn't say, but you kind of you do self-censor yourself a little bit. So I can, as much as I don't, I'm not necessarily self-censor myself, but I know that I have to comply to certain. See, even I do have to comply to rules, guys. You probably don't understand this, but I don't ever get videos taken down mainly because I do a lot of research and I use technology to help me to deliver what I want to get out to people in the right way. And you'll often hear a lot of people talking about how they get their accounts banned and videos pulled down. Well, that's because they just come out and blurt out what's ever in their mind. And they don't think about that there's actually artificial intelligence monitoring everything you're saying. And they tag keywords together. The AI will just tag a string of keywords together. And as soon as they see them go within a 10-word sentence, it'll be like, right, we don't want him talking about that. Shut it down. Because it's all pre-configured. So you have to use the tech to help you deliver what you want to say because I have to abide by community guidelines on every single platform, and then on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok, monetization guidelines. So effectively across platform, 6 different sets of community guidelines and 3 sets of monetization guidelines. And they're not all too dissimilar, but there's slight differences. So I have to then make my video I do sufficient for Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Spotify, YouTube, etc., etc. And X, I don't necessarily have to worry too much because it is less regulatory, but it's just the fucking everything. It's like the wild. It's the yeah. The, if we take a quote from Star Wars, it's they've never seen a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. I don't mean to be disrespectful to anyone on X, not because I'm on there myself, but yeah, if there was the worst part of the internet, that's it. But it's also a good platform as well. Everything's got its pros and cons. So yeah, we all have to conform in a way. You guys know full well that when you're in the comments, if you come out and say certain things in those comments, these platforms will automatically block them and ban what you say. So we're all conforming all the time to rules and regulations. Um, did the vote go my way here? Yeah, Suffolk's reformed now. They took Suffolk. So yeah, we all can apply in our ways because I think most good citizens in this country abide by the rules and the laws. And I think the idea of what we're doing with governments and parties is we want someone to come in that isn't taxing the fucking death out of us, that actually gives us a bit of, you know, money in our pockets to live our lives and enjoy ourselves, get ourselves fixed in a hospital when we need it, by whatever means necessary that has to be. Um, and yeah, and just be able to drive around like we used to years ago, and that your money's actually worth something. Oh, Jackie, Christ, you, you'd be surprised what I use on a day-to-day basis with like my video editing, on either CapCut or Premiere Pro. Then I do all my graphics and stuff on Canva Pro. I have to have paid subscriptions for this. Live streaming on Riverside, so I have to pay for that to cross-platform to YouTube and Facebook. Then obviously I do 4 videos a day plus 3 long forms, which I was supposed to be doing a long form for Sunday today, but I ain't gonna have any time for that. Um, so that'll probably have to be done tomorrow. Then all the editing of it, recording, editing to put it out, then uploading it to all the platforms, titles, descriptions, hashtags. If you even some of you don't even need to do that, but some of you do. Yeah. Oh, freaking you with all the stuff I do. For me, it's easy. I and then I have 3 AI agents. So most people lots of people use like ChatGPT. I used to when I was working, at the college. But now I have my own. I have, 3 agents that I use that I configured, and they do different things. They'll help me with research, help me with writing the information when I'm delivering it, um, and I cross-reference lots of information to try and create the script that I want to create for the information I want to give out. Then I have parameters on the video, so I can only do 3 minutes, even though I can do, open-ended on Facebook, I think up to an hour. TikTok, um, no, that's a lie. YouTube and Instagram, and I don't know why, restrict shorts and reels to 3 minutes, and actually Facebook, I think is 3 minutes. So I have to cram that into 3 minutes unless I do a long form, which then you Facebook don't promote anymore, so they have to go on YouTube, which is why I try and get people to go to my YouTube and my Facebook. Hence why we're doing a live to YouTube and Facebook. So yeah, it's all very complicated. And especially with what I do, which is high turnover, 3, 4 videos a day, because news and politics moves very fast. Yeah, I have to be on it all the time. And I'm just one person, you know. I don't have like the Telegraph and the Guardian and the Mail and the Express and the Independent, a whole team of researchers and journalists just flooding stories. I have to pick and go through what I think are the important things I think you guys need to know, um, and then try and add anything in that I think they've missed out. That's pretty much what I do. Don't burn myself out. Oh, I do every day. I mean, think about it, right? I was up. I what did I do? I went to bed. What's today? I don't even know what day it is. It's Friday today, isn't it? So I went to bed on Wednesday about 3 o'clock in the morning because I was editing. Got up at 9, started doing loads of videos and stuff, and I tried to reschedule some for today. This was Thursday because which I never ended up getting around to doing. So I've had no reels go out today. So I thought, you know, I'm just going to sit on live all day. Um, so I did a load of videos for yesterday, then went live last night at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and that ended up lasting way longer than I thought it was gonna because loads of people joined and we were just discussing all of this as it kicked off. So I didn't go to bed till 4 o'clock in the morning, had about 4.5 hours sleep, woke up at 9 o'clock this morning, and I've been on here since 10 o'clock. And now Rich and Swano have just messaged me saying, "Do you wanna go live on Outcast tonight?" Which I've actually got the logo sitting up there. "Do you wanna go live on Outcast tonight between like 7 and 9?" I'm like, "Fuck me." So at some point, I'm probably gonna have to shut down for a bit, go and get a few hours sleep on the couch to then start an evening stint again. And the funny thing is I actually started doing this self-employed as an independent, news content creator, um, because what I wanted to do was get up 8 o'clock in the morning, bang out my 4 videos, and go and, like, enjoy time with my son or just, like, be in my like, nearly 50 and wind it down a little bit. I don't think I've done less than a 10-hour day ever since July last year, 6 days a week. And that's not a woe is me thing because I love what I do. I love doing this. Like it's so up my street with the freedom it gives me to work from home. I'm my own boss. I don't like being told what to do by people. I fucking hate it, or I did my whole life. If I'm not in charge, then I'd rather be working on my own. So it's perfect for me. I love researching. I love trying to be a little bit creative if I can, like even trying to make this look nice, getting something going on in the side that you can look at and read, having the count going at the bottom. All take it's little things that I just like to do just to make it look a bit more interesting, and I'm very much like that. But as well, what I do, and because of what I do, it'd be very easy for me to, it's very easy to just green screen a bunch of stuff and add a few comments and get loads of views, but I'd rather have 50,000 people watch a video for 2 minutes than have 1,000,000 people watch it for 3 seconds, because I've always still come from an education background and everything I ever not everything, but 85% of what I do is trying to enlighten people about stuff that's going on. So, yeah, I just try and do things in a different way. Some people go and protest all the time. Some people have their lanes that they go down and things they get involved with charities and stuff. For me, it's just always been about giving people the right information. And of course, I can be biased sometimes. I'm not going to deny that. Everybody's got their opinions and everybody's got their lane, and I have one. But I also feel like I can be critical of the people I support, whereas I find there are a lot of other people that blindly follow things and will never criticize them and will actually more attack people that do rather than listen to any kind of reason. So that's where I've always sat. And I don't mind. And one of the things I think I pride myself in is I don't like upsetting people, but I'm not scared to tell people the truth, even if it pisses them off. And I've always sort of said to people that I will sometimes say things you probably don't agree with or don't like, but it will be coming from a place of you need to know this. Like this is important. Um, even if it's something that goes against someone's belief. But I try not to get too involved in conspiracies. I just don't think it does you any favors. Um, but yeah, yeah, yes, yes, Alan, yes. I think the wider establishment will, mate. I said this earlier. I think when this is all said and done, I think they go off into a room. I think emails will be sent. Home Office, Foreign Office, there'll be the civil service, chiefs and heads of the civil service will be called in. I think there will be a big clap back to this. Ooh, look how tight that was. 24,000 reformed, 27 applied. But yeah, I think there's going to be a massive kickback, massive kickback. In what shape or form that takes, I don't know, because it seems to me like they're all trying to kid themselves that this is nothing to worry about, everything's all right. But I think there's going to be, they're going to really push their agenda through. Cam- Labour have lost Cambridge to the Greens. It must be to the Greens. There's no way Cambridge has gone right. It's to the Greens, isn't it? It's 7:15 now. God, the BBC are behind, aren't they? What are my thoughts on Apple and the UK government telling Apple to get in the back door? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, it doesn't I I've I mean, realistically, people have been giving up their data to Apple for a long time. Fingerprints and face scans. Apple want I don't ever use it. I don't use Apple. I stopped using Apple about 10 years ago for these reasons because I think they're too invasive and they're too wrapped in their own ecosystem, like iTunes and Macs and iPhones. They're not very good. Their own, yeah, they're not very good at like third party integration unless you've got their earbuds and their chargers and their nothing really works. So I've never really liked Apple. I've always been more Android, which is a bit more. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all with Apple. Doesn't surprise me one little bit. Two more reformers in the Senate, really? Applied and reform. Yeah, Yeah, so I changed to Samsung quite a while ago, but they'll go down the same route, all these big organisations, and it will all be due to, data protection laws and all that kind of shit. And again, another little way to slip. I mean, people keep going on about digital ID. I've said it 101 times before. I'll say it again. Digital ID has been around for a very long time. It's just been done in a way that it came in as a technological advantage. No one batted an eyelid to it. You just accepted the T's and C's, stuck your biometrics on your phone, got a face scan, put your ID in your bank account. So everyone's done it. You've all complied to it already. But I've never been one that's against it. I'm not against the tech. I'm not against actual digital ID because I think for the better part of things, it could be good. What I worry about is the wrong government getting hold of it, lack of transparency, and overburdening use of data. And that's different. There's two different arguments there. One is you block it completely to prevent any of that stuff happening, or you get governments in place that are prepared to put the regulations in that stop tech organizations doing it. And I think the second option is the better option because I think we benefit from tech. Because I think more people will benefit from the protection of security and better identity to prevent fraud and crime. More moderate people will benefit from that than the few individuals that have got an issue with their ID being used. So again, like there, people probably disagree with me and say, "Oh, you're a fucking lefty." It's not lefty, it's just common sense. Like, you can't abandon tech. And I made a point of this the other day. I said, "Would you throw your kettle away because there's a possibility it could burn your fingers when the water boils?" Of course you wouldn't, because you benefit making a cup of tea quicker from the boiling of a kettle, but it can still hurt you. It can still cause you harm and damage. So you have to be objective about how you look at things, I think. And I think what we live in at the minute is a society where too many people um, jump on a bandwagon before thinking about what they're actually saying. And I've even had it before where I've been out with someone who's like total anti um, digital ID, who's then gone out and gone on a tirade because they had to use coins to pay for something somewhere. I'm like, fucking hell, I ain't got no fucking coins. Can't I just use my card? And I'm like, you just been ranting at me in the car saying like it's all about cash society, got to use cash everywhere. And the minute you get forced to do it, you fucking moan about it. And unfortunately, um, most people agree to technological change through simplicity and an ease of their life. How many of you prefer having contactless payments on parking machines? How many of you actually have change in your pocket to use a parking machine? How much more convenient is it to use an app on your phone instead of going and fucking around and getting a tenner change because you haven't got, see what I mean? And when you're in a car park trying to get somewhere, I'll bet you'd soon be like, "Oh, why can't I beat my card? Why do they want cash?" So you pick your battles, don't you? Yeah, I'd say, mate. It's yeah. You know, you carry 300 quid in your wallet and you drop it, it's gone. Gone. You drop your wallet and someone tries to use your card, you can claim it back because you didn't spend it, and there's probably proof that you didn't do it. So there's always caveats, and there's always pluses and minuses. And I said this with Rich the other day when we were doing our episode. I said a lot of people, most people, just want to live a normal life, like just be safe, know that the country's secure, just have a little bit of comfort and ease, and just know that the government are bearing down on you, trying to take every fucking right and impose every limitation they possibly can on you. And yeah, 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 yeah. Very good point, Katie. Yeah, and the parking system pisses me off as well. Because that's all privatized. And again, that just highlights there's another problem, another thing, too much privatization, not enough regulation on the private, like regulation on us, but not a regulation on the amount of the charge parking charges these corrupt twats can And I think that should be something. I think that should be something Reform could bring in, mandatory parking. Like, I understand the need for paying it, because otherwise you'll just get every Tom, Dick, and Harry paying just taking parking spaces for no reason. So I understand the need for parking fees, but just make them universal across the country. Like, it's £2.50 to park for 2 hours everywhere. Like, there shouldn't be any difference here. And if you did that, people wouldn't have anything to complain about. And I think they need to do something about parking fines because 'cause they're bullshit. Companies shouldn't be able to escalate a parking fine from £2.50 up to 30 quid. If you don't pay the 30 quid, it goes to 60 in 7 days, and if you don't pay the 60, it gets doubled again because they want to take you to court. Things like that are things I'd like to see government change. Just these little shitty things that happen to people all the time that are really unnecessary because it's just profiteering from shady companies that are fucking not really out to do any, what do these companies do for society? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I sound a bit like a whiny lefty, don't I? Oh, dear. Here we go. Oh, populist parties. They're changing their tone, aren't they? You'd have said far right any other day. You would have said we were far right parties. Now it's populist parties. You watch the language change. They're gonna try and claw back their voter base. The non-populist party. Scotland. 14,000 for SNP. Scottish Lib Dems, nothing really. SNP on that one. Inverclyde. Yeah, exactly, Leanne. Yeah, I think that's the thing is, like, everyone loads of people focus on immigration and all sorts of other stuff, but there are so many problems in this country, I think, that a government could fix and get regulation on things that actually matter rather than all this overbearing regulation on speech and fucking social media and what you post and don't post, what you can and can't say. I think we need to start regulating these companies who are plunging people into debt, harassing people, um, and I think there should be rules put in place. Like, if you forget to pay your parking fee, and through ANPR, if it's proven that you went into a car park at 9 o'clock and left at 11, and you just simply forgot to pay your fee, that you just get a notification. They can notify you when you've got to pay them an extra 25 quid. They can't notify you to pay a fiver. Maybe you have to pay double the fee. Like, if it was 250, you pay a fiver. But you get like a notification that say, look, you owe us a fiver, pay the money. And I think most people would accept that. "Oh, fuck it, should have paid it. Oh, it's only a fiver, just pay it." But then when they just escalate this £2.50 charge and it somehow winds up at 120 quid, it's absolute bullshit, and there's no justification for it. If I was in charge, I'd regulate that instantly. I'd be like, "Nah, that ain't happening anymore." It's just it's all these little I think more little things piss people off than big things. I think you can fix the big things over time increment. I think it's the little things that get people's backs up. Like Stansted. If any of you live local to me and have ever been to Stansted, Stansted's a fucking joke. I got done for like 130 quid for basically going to the express set down, went into the express set down, and guess what they've done? They've taken away the contactless payment at the end, put a board up that basically says you've got to phone them up now to pay for this. So I leave, get home, hour later, went to my parents, sorry, an hour later by the time I got back to my area. saw my mum for a bit, did some helped my dad out for a bit, get back home, came home, made some dinner. Before you know it, 3 or 4 hours have gone by, totally forgot about this. And then 14 days later, notification comes through. It's a £70 fine for not paying the £7.50 extra step down fee for the 10 minutes I was there. So it's escalated up by 10 times. Then I told him to do one. Um, and as with all these companies, I mean, I still haven't paid it and I'm not going to pay it. Yeah. So it pisses me off. There's loads of little things like that. Loads of little things like that that just I think that's what people get pissed off about. Like, as well, you go over the Dartford Bridge, you can prepay there for 15 quid. If you go over the Dartford Bridge and you haven't done that, you actually do get a notification to say, "By the way, you went over the Dartford Bridge, you haven't paid, pay £2.50 and deposit £10 in your account." And most people, I think, would fairly do that, especially if they go over it a lot, or if they might go over it a couple of times in their lifetime. But then with these ANPR cameras at these places, it's not like you have to pay what you owe. It's like it just gets exponentially put through the roof without even giving you a chance. So if they can do it on Dartford, why can't they do it everywhere else? Yeah, exactly, Andrew, and they are exactly designed to catch you out. They're designed to catch you out for being a minute too long, designed to catch you out by not giving you an option when you're trying to get out before the time limit or you've got other vehicles around. It's all bullshit. And it's just a way of them generating money, and that for me is what government should be regulating. That for me is what they should be clamping down on these fucking cowboy institutions that are running these basically. 'Cause they don't have any accountability as far as I can see. Yeah, and yeah, cheers, mate. It's the little things. It's a lot of little things. Lots of little things. You know, you used to go shopping and it was 50 quid, now it's 60 quid. Like, yeah, yeah. You drive down your road, there's another fucking pothole. Or your road's been shut down for 5 weeks to do a week's worth of work. Lots of little things is what grinds on people. And I do. I think we live in a vastly more miserable society than what we ever did when I was in my early teens and whatever in the 90s. Late teens, I should say. Late teens, early 20s. Yeah, and yeah, yeah. Hi, Mel. How you doing? Yeah, they're doing well. Gotta listen to this drongo now. Seems a very Lib Dem SNP Scotland now, Lib Dem SNP split. Right, I'm gonna have 2 minutes, if you don't mind. Go and have a little stretch. We have now been 6 hours live, two separate instances almost. Oh, yeah, I generally thought the seat count was gonna start picking up massively later in the day. I thought we were gonna get, like, a good 1,000 seats come through pretty quickly. It's been a very slow trickle though, hasn't it? It's been a very slow trickle since 8 o'clock this morning, or even I was on at 2 o'clock last night, like, it's been a real slow trickle going through. It's that 520 though for Labour. That's massive. So big. And now we're starting to see the Greens shift a little bit more. Look, they've got a plus 100. Lib Dems still sitting on plus 36, so they're not really making major grounds. Those two losing, those two. Right, I'm gonna go and get a drink and have 5. I'll be back in a minute. Don't run away. I know how many of you are here, so don't run away. Just have a break for 2 minutes. Hold on. And back. Where we at? 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 10 Pride, 10 Reform. Ooh, very even Stevens there. I think that one's gonna go to the wire, isn't it? It's really, it's ironic, not ironic, that's a wrong word, iconic, I would say. On the same day, Reform are smashing the establishment, VE Day, perfect setting, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, exactly, so it destabilizes MKD a little bit, doesn't it? It puts a few different voices in there. Reform broke 700 now, haven't they? 734 according to Sky. BBC are shocking with their updates, aren't they? We need to get with the oh, look, actually, there we go. Oh, looks like we're actually the BBC are catching up a little bit now. 7:15. Have you ever felt like what goes on is not real and just yeah, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't get me wrong, right? I always have an inkling. There's this, curious thing in the back of my mind always that it's like, are we just being manipulated to think this is like a change? Is this really gonna amount to anything? Um, but we'll see. Reform are literally gonna control the entirety of East Anglia, so that's a good thing, especially if a general election comes around. It looks like they've bagged loads more councils. Um, Wales is gonna be really important. Or is it 13-11 now? You guys are getting, like, on the money updates, aren't you? That's gonna be a tough that's a big one. I'd love them to get it just to because I think all you're gonna get with Plaid is exactly the same thing as you were getting with Labour. There won't be much change there, whereas I think Reform would have made some serious changes there. So I'd love Reform to get it just so it gives them the opportunity to prove themselves. If you take a nation, that's different, way different. Councils are good, big councils are good, but taking nations is a different thing. Next, Fen, oh god, I've been talking about this endlessly today. I think we're seeing the establishment backed into a corner and the claws are coming out. I think at the time for the time being, they're trying to play it off like it's not anything really to worry about. I think the meetings will take place on Monday. I think Starmer will be out the door very quickly. I think there'll be a big reset from Labour. I think the attack on reform will come thick and fast. I think they will try and spin it round as best they can. And then it's just then a wait again for, and I personally think it'll go, there's one or two ways they can go with this. They, they try and clap back against it and carry on with the narrative they've had, just ramp it up a bit more. The whole attack on reform all the time, blah, blah, blah. And then maybe call a general election in 2027 because I think they've got to try if reform keep building and reform were to go through council elections next year and take another load of seats off of them and diminish their power even more, they've got to get to a point where the establishment especially turns around and says, "If we ever wanna retain anything here, we've got to hit reform or force reform into a general election before they get even bigger. Because this is massive for reform. I think people are understating how big this is for reform. Controlling major councils across especially the east of England. Um, I know Restore well, Great Yarmouth First have done all right in Great Yarmouth. Great. Reform are about to take Norfolk as a county. That's monumental. So they'll hold the whole of east of England, Essex, Norfolk, and Suffolk. Plus, I think they're probably gonna I mean, look at that. It's insane how what Reform have done to the establishment there is mental. It's nuts. They've destroyed Labour and the Tories. And still, when we look down here at the Liberal Democrats, people are getting a kind of sense that Lib Dems are doing really well, but they're not. They're actually just retaining seats. I said this before. They're retaining seats that they already have, um, and they're only increased by 30. Yeah, but I think you're wrong there, Arsen. I don't think it goes. We're not. I don't think we're into James Bond kind of conspiracies here. If voting didn't matter, these political parties wouldn't be having the meltdown that they're having, and they have been for 2 years. They've been constantly attacking reform because they know reform are the outsiders who are coming for them. As Nigel Farage pledged after Boris Johnson stabbed him in the back in 2019, "I will destroy the Conservatives at any opportunity I can get," is what he said, and he's doing it. Even though Badenoch's been coming out saying, "It's not actually a bad day, this is" she literally was quoted saying, "This is not the end, it's just the beginning." The beginning of what? The beginning of what? That you've just lost 304 seats in places you've held for 20 years? That's not exactly a day of joy for them, is it? And look at Manchester. Look at Manchester. That's 3 years ago. I think the Green vote in cities is staggering. And I'm staggered that, the Greens have took Newcastle. But yeah, I think democratic voting is the only thing we have. Um, I think we're proving today that people have made themselves heard in these places. What I would allude to is, um, are they just gonna get in and then the machine is gonna come down on them like a ton of bricks, and they're gonna just capitulate to the same old agenda? I'm not alien to that happening because, like I've said before, there are millions of people working for the government. They've got people in places that we never see or vote for who have all got alignments and agendas. Um, can reform actually clap back against it? This helps because the more and more people they get in, normal people, and if you've ever been out and met the people that are campaigning in these areas that are standing in these seats, they're normal working class people, normal people with normal jobs. They're not the people that get grabbed. It's usually the deals are done way higher up, but those people have an effect. The little people have an effect. And the students, yeah, fair play. And the more normal people we can get into these council positions and local positions, then they elevate more into parliamentary positions because they're in the training ground then. Yeah, 100 seats for the Greens. But it's very small when you think about it, Eric. Very small, realistically. But yeah, what, KD said, student senate, student vote. Yeah, 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 because they already started doing it in Kent, didn't they? So they rejected government instructions in Kent to put HMOs. They flat out refused it, and they've also put a stop on hotels being created in Kent as well. So, yeah, the more they can do that across the country, start dumping in places people where people and I fully agree with them on the thing they came out with prior to the election saying if the Greens want them, if the Greens want open borders, fine, you have them. You can have the detention centre, you can have them in your area, and then you look after them. Have at it. That's what your policy is to let all these people in. Deal with it then. Why should people who are voting against this have to deal with it? And I know that there'll be reform. I mean, from what I've seen, where the Greens are taking a lot of things, there isn't much of a Reform vote there at all. So when Reform said they'd given the Green councils, what you're actually finding is predominantly it is Green voters voting in these places. Most of the vote is going to them because it's a full-on Green vote. Fine. If you advocate for open borders and you want asylum seekers in this country, have them in your constituency then. Funny how they all change their tune when that gets said, though, isn't it? "Oh, that's not right. That's not fair." "Oh, but it's fair to dump them on everybody else that doesn't want them." Well, kind of a bit of an oxymoron that, isn't it? We want open borders, everyone here, despite the fact that the vast majority of the nation don't, and yet when you're told that you'll have them dumped in your area, suddenly that's a problem. I did the video on this the other day. Yeah. See ya. Yeah. The local elections are very democratic in my opinion. Like, parliament, you can make your arguments about first past the post, but local elections are different. These are different. These really are sending a message. This is the way to send a message. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they're not gonna like Newcastle much, are they? Right up there in the northeast in the winter. I honestly, that's the biggest shock for me has been Newcastle, I think. The fact that that's practically gone green. I I don't get that, and it pisses me off because obviously, if you don't know, I'm a Newcastle supporter, and they've got ambitions to expand the stadium, St James's. Fucking green, you think under a green council that's gonna happen? No chance. They'll stop that. They'll put a stop to that, which what is why I'm so mind boggled that they've got Greens in up there. Surely people understand what the Greens are. They're not gonna let them build a new stadium. It's about as about as anti-net zero as you can be, ain't it? Building a new football stadium. Here goes Kemi, convincing everyone they're doing a great job. Oh, no surprise that all the establishment, inside London constituencies are voting for the Conservatives. Tory Labour, Tory Labour, Tory Labour, keep the establishment in. Not a fucking builder amongst them, is there? Not a plumber anywhere to be seen. Not a farmer in sight. Like, what are they actually clapping about? How can you be clapping the fact that you've lost 304 seats and you've lost 3 councils already? Or are they what are they down? Where's the last count? What are they down? They're down 3 or 4. They're down more than 3 or 4 councils, aren't they? Planning on welfare. 'Cause if you actually the funny thing is you said that, KD, there is so many interviews with Obama, Clinton, Bush, Biden, all like saying they'd clamp down on immigration, tons of it, and they actually were worse. I think Obama was worse than Trump, weren't he, for getting rid of illegal aliens out of America. Like, their record on it was terrible, and yet the same people that voted for that lot are sitting there condemning Trump about it. It's yeah, there we go. There's Kemi's quote. "We're gonna keep fighting." You ever wanna see the establishment in action, this is highlighting it so badly. Yeah, the doctors and engineers. 14 years they failed this country and they sit and it's like you put a new face on it. And don't get me wrong, I don't necessarily dislike Kemi, but I disapprove of everything they stand for. Like, they are not here to help anyone else. They've had 14 years to prove that and didn't. Gordon could be on. Mate, my brother told me this yesterday. Like, is that serious? To be fair though, I mean, Newcastle only got themselves to blame for it. I actually genuinely thought that um, when they came in and we got took over, I thought that they would be, and I always said that it'd need a bit. I've always been a person for time. Like you got to give them time. But they've had what 4 years now, and it seems to be going downhill. You go and make signings like Gordon and that. They want Champions League football. Um, they're not going to sit around in a mid-table team, are they? So I don't know what they need to fix there. But yeah, I know PFI, PSR, or PFI, whatever they call it now, ain't helped, hasn't helped. But yeah, yeah, like honestly, the way they're going on, you'd think they just fucking won every council, wouldn't you? You think like they're winning because they've won one place in London. Whoop-de-doo. We're going to keep fighting. They quoted her earlier saying, "This is not the end; it's just the beginning." They gained one council, which was they gained a council from Labour, but they've lost elsewhere to Reform. What's the actual up? Yeah, they're down one council, aren't they? They're net down one council. 16-13 now, is it? Ugh. You don't rate Gordon? Yeah, he's dipped in form a bit, ain't he? The only alternative. Honestly, it's scandalous, isn't it? That they were literally booted out of government 2 years ago for their shocking record of 14 years, and now they sit there today talking like, "Yeah, look, they've lost 4 councils, 3 to Reform and 1 to no overall control, which will probably be took by Reform next year." So they're net down 4 councils, and they're sitting there running around like they've just won the fucking general election. What are they talking? They've treated it like an opinion poll and don't know which way to go. Labour down 526 seats, Conservative down 304, Greens up 100, and Reform up 713. I don't think you can get much. Well, actually, now look, it's up 792 now. Plus 796. BBC need to sort this out. They're way behind, aren't they? 792 seats at Reform. It's the beginning of their end. Yeah, I think they got that wrong, didn't they? Honestly. I just wanted to, yeah, keep us updated on that Welsh one because I think they're obviously just going to wait that. No worries, Claire. I think they're obviously just going to wait till that full thing comes in, don't they? Labour's just lost Blackburn, Darwin, Exeter, Hartlepool, Hinburn, Oxford, Redditch, Southampton, Tameside, Tamworth, Wandsworth, all gone to no overall control. And because they've gone to no overall control, that'll, like I said, that'll probably mean because there's elections again next year for the rest of the seats, then you'll see probably Reform take them as well. Labour did gain the Western Isles from the SNP in Scotland, though, on a plus note. I'm sure they can all get the champagne out for that one. Reform have got full control of Sunderland. Nice. Thurrock, yeah, they've got all of Essex. It's life. They've took Essex. Essex is done. Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk will probably be later. Pretty sure they'll get that as well. Greens have got a Senate seat, have they? Wow. Nice. Reform got Thurrock. Now what I want to see is James McMurdoch realign back to Reform UK, give them 9 MPs in Parliament. They've already said that they're not going to take any more Conservatives. That's done and dusted. They don't need them now because, and they won't need them because this is a point I made earlier that people miss is what they'll do now is when they take Suffolk, Essex, and Norfolk, they'll have like 150 to 170 top tier council representatives. And then what they'll do is they use them to learn in a training ground for the next 2 to 3 years. So while they're learning the systems and stuff, they're then the people they will use in the pool of councillors to stand or MPs to stand, PPCs, potential parliamentary candidates, to stand in general election. So it's very East of England, I think, for reform is going to be massive for 'em. Yep, reforming our +5 councils. Yeah, Thurrock. Just smashed Labour with Thurrock. Tories down to 2 seats. Yeah, I don't think so as well, Cornish. I don't. Um, Birmingham, yeah, not heard much about Birmingham. There's loads going on in Birmingham. There's not really big place though, innit? I bet it'll take ages. I haven't seen anything much about any corruption or scandals going on yet, but the Shetland Isles escape plan. Too conservative. Oh, reform. Reform Thurrock. Yeah, massive. So they're about to tip over to 800. Damn right, Sandra. Starmer's gonna be packing his bags. Yeah, they've absolutely smashed it in Thurrock. Wow. They've destroyed them there. They literally run that place now. I mean, they've literally got major control of Essex now. I think they won in Basildon, one in Thurrock. Yeah, exactly, Chris, because that's what they do. They just peddle this bullshit, don't they? You go and find 5 people eating their chips saying they don't like Farage, broadcast it across Joe Politics and every other media channel, or they interview 10 people deliberately don't like Farage, broadcast it all across like everyone in Clacton hates him, and then you see the elections come in, like they've just absolutely smashed Essex out of the park. All bullshit, all bullshit. Yeah, Sunderland went, didn't it? Sunderland's gone reform and Newcastle's gone green. I can't get I that is out of all of this today, that is gonna be the one thing I can't get my head around. How the fuck have Newcastle gone green? Don't get it. Don't get it. Never would have pegged Geordieland for that. Never in a million years. And I think I said earlier, I wanna see what the turnout was, 'cause I think that's people haven't bothered. They just haven't bothered. Labour have been destroyed there as well, lost. I think what people aren't realising is the amount of percentages Labour are losing by. It's staggering considering I said it earlier, considering they were only elected into government 2 years ago, it's staggering the amount of seats they're losing. They are being battered, battered. Katie, I love that one. I hope on that general election day that if Reform do get in, we get our own version of that lefty screaming into the sky. I wouldn't be surprised if there aren't some of them doing it now. Would not be surprised if there are not people running around in counties now fucking having an absolute meltdown. Yeah, 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 John, there's a whole round of council elections again next year. Yeah, there's loads of them. We've got mayoral elections as well to be counted this week. Um, 6 of them, I think, and then there's, London as well is being elected now, the boroughs in London. I don't know when that's due to come through, 'cause it seems like they're focused. I don't know if that's on a different date. Is that on the 13th? I feel like London's being done on a different week. Wouldn't surprise me because there's so many more people, but, um, yeah, 810 now, innit? BBC are taking a bit to catch up. Yeah. Oh, Brexit, I bet he's having an absolute meltdown as well. Because it's gonna be one of them things where he's gonna have to comment on it, and what's he gonna do? Brandish all these counties and people as far-right fascists? So everyone in East Anglia now in Norfolk, Suffolk, and Essex is a far-right fascist. We're like the Third Reich over here now. "Alright, sunshine, how you doing?" Jackie Hunt. SNP again. Oh, yeah, Cornish, yeah, that's the thing that the numbers also distract from, is they might not have won everything, but they are getting people in councils in every area of the country. And that means that then gives them the opportunity to start canvassing in those areas on a regular basis. They can interact with the locals better in those areas all across the country. It's just gonna make them bigger and bigger and bigger. It's where the thing is, though, this is, where the real work starts, where the real work's gonna kick in now. So, yeah, like, when they say on there, on the thing where they say Conservative hold, they're kinda not showing how many seats they lost, because even though there's in lots of places where, like, the Lib Dems have held a place, but they've also lost 20% of the vote to Reform. So Reform are just putting more and more councillors in places, even though they might not have full control or, a big number, they're still putting 5 or 6 councillors in areas. It's good, and full control now of another 5 councils, which is good. But it's the amount of, no overall control that's a little bit shocking to me, but that's then product of the system, because when the second round of voting happens next year, that'll probably change some of them. Ed Davey, you see what his message was there? A sense in the whole country that Labour and the Tories have let the country down. Yeah, or maybe that people are just sick and tired of all of you and want reforming. Yeah, true, Cornish, but I think allowing another I think we're more likely to see an election in 2027. I don't think it will carry to 2029 now, because I don't think the establishment can risk Reform getting more and more power, and that's what you'll see. You'll see the clapback from that. But I think ultimately Reform will still win it, but it will be more likely to be a hung parliament if that, which will benefit them, benefit the establishment more if it becomes a hung parliament next year, rather than allowing Reform to win in 2029, which will be the trajectory. If they pick up more councils next year and they let this run to 2029, it'd be a well, it'll be good for us because I think Reform will obliterate them. But yeah, we'll see. 829 now. 829 seats gained. Yeah, and then obviously, yeah, they'll have a 5 to 10-year plan to enact, and it ain't gonna happen in it ain't gonna be easy, but holding these councils is a really good start for it. You need the councils to enact national policy. It's a lot easier to do then. So what are we at? We're not even halfway again yet. We've still got 2,500 fucking guys. This is gonna be going on till midnight tonight, isn't it? Maybe even tomorrow. I think I might have to do a little shutdown for a bit, go and, have a little break. I've done 2, 3-hour stints now. Go have a little break and then, yeah, exactly, Cornish. Yeah, yeah, it gives them more time to put the roadblocks up. More importantly, I think if they hold a early general election, it stops Reform gaining more power and more control and gives them less experience, less time to gain experience, which they will be doing now every day up until a general election happens. They will be getting more experience in the councils, more experience of how the government works, more recruitment, more alignment, because they'll start to sway people around to their way of thinking. That's what they do now. That's what they can start affecting. They can start affecting areas in big, big, big places. And the establishment won't like that. They won't like it at all. This is gonna cause a kickback no matter what. Um, yeah, eventually being Saturday afternoon, is that when it is? Fucking hell. Can anyone check if I so London the London borough's happening on I think I got wind that London might be happening next week, isn't it? Like the 13th, maybe? Like next Tuesday, Wednesday? Unless I got that wrong. They've broke what are they now? 830 odd? Yeah, 78 out of 136 councils declared. Got a lot to go, lot to go. I love this lot all talking in the studios, like, they're trying to spin it, they're trying so hard to spin it. "Oh, this is not as bad as they think it is." You know, they're still holding on to places, they've still got stuff. Fuck off. You voted yesterday in London, so it was London yesterday, okay, perfect. So they're probably yeah, maybe that's the counts that are gonna take until tomorrow. That wouldn't surprise me because 'cause you've got what, 6, 7 million people voting in London? It's the biggest one, isn't it? See, this is the thing now, right? Labour are very focused on Annie Burnham, but he's not an MP, so they can't get him in. And now what they're saying is off the back of this, they're now gonna be scared to run him in a general election because Reform could run him out of town. So they might not even be able to get the person they want as their number one choice to lead Labour now, even into government. So they've fucked themselves here, and this is why I believe we'll have a 2027 general election, because they'll wanna do things like this. They'll wanna try and retain the places they can before it gets too out of hand, and they'll try and use a general election to make that happen, because they do still hold power, especially in parliament, and they certainly can probably see the Conservatives uh, national voting is picking up. So if I was, yeah, I would, if I was Labour, I would be saying we might want to start thinking about a general election this year to just, if anything, to just try and put the roadblocks on Reform. Croydon not declared till 4 tomorrow. Wow. Okay, so maybe yeah, they're all declaring tomorrow at a similar time. Look at that. Jesus. When people said they'd got Sunderland, I didn't realise that was the case. Fucking hell. That's a wipeout. Oh my god, that's massive. 42 I mean, that's full control. That's absolute control. Libs and Labour are doing nothing there. Jesus. That's like a big Labour area as well, isn't it? Fucking hell, that's massive. That's more than I was expecting Newcastle to do. fucking Greens? Yeah, sorry. I do apologise. Sorry for the language. That's staggering. 42 seat gain, wiped Labour out completely, or 3 well, wiped the Tories out completely and left Labour with 3 seats and took 3 off the Lib Dems. That's literally that is smashing the establishment in one image. That's major. 24-19. Oh, no. How many seats are there? 50 odd? Close, isn't it? Or is it more? Is it like 60 odd? It's gonna get to a point where Plaid are gonna turn when it gets like in the 30s, then it Plaid are gonna turn that over. Wow. I c that Sunderland's shocking to me. 6 games, 3 see, Tories have lost 3 councils, Labour have lost 2, and they've taken control of a council that had, no overall control. Norfolk will be added to that later, by the way. Norfolk will go, I think, reform. So that'll potentially be 7. I'd be surprised if they haven't took 10 another 10 by the end of the day. Don't apologise for what everyone's thinking. It was more I don't know if she's watching now. She's probably out gardening somewhere. You know, I think what's odd about the Reform one is they're smashing Labour in their areas and they're smashing the Tories in their areas. That's really unheard of. Even the Liberal Democrats struggle to achieve something like that. That's big. That's really big. Oh, declaration imminent. What's this? Gowan, Kelvin, and M. Yeah, and I'll bet you they give them 6 months, whereas they would give the establishment who've run these councils for 20 odd years, like, "Oh, we need 3 to 5 years." Reform will get 6 months at best if they're lucky, and then the establishment will come down on them like a ton of bricks. Is there 96 seats in the Senate? Oh, wow, so it's not close yet, is it? So it's early doors then, yeah? Yeah, I probably should, shouldn't I? Rotating round though, don't it? Ah, yeah, I'll use this one, it's way better, innit? You see that? There we go. Yeah, that one. There we go. Well done, mate. Yeah, that's a way better one, isn't it? Miles better. Shall I pull that down a bit? There we go. Is that right? No? There. That's better, innit? That's a better one. Cheers, mate. Yeah, miles better, that one. That's what we want, anyway. We want it up to date. Sod the BBC. Minus 617 for Labour. So it's not gonna be long before Raw Reform crack the 1,000 mark. Like CNN. Bruce Unfiltered CNN. I love it. Fly's got him where you are, Andrea, yeah. There you go, Nick. Yeah, I agree, mate. It is. It isn't about left and right. It's about, yeah, it's about looking at the country and how it's been run into the ground for multiple years on end, and then saying we've had enough. I'll try and pull that across. How's that? How's that? That's better, isn't it? There we go. Nice and big at the bottom. That's what we want. Labour going to lose Barnsley. That wouldn't surprise me, actually. That, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. So I'm interested in Wales. Wales is now they're oh, 22-17. Again, Tories, why? 3 Conservative, put them to reform, that's 22-20 then. Fucking Tories, honestly. I said, like, early in the morning, there was one very similar where the Tories picked up 13% of the vote, Reform got, like, 26.8, and Labour won with 26.9. And you sit there asking yourself, "Who the hell's voted for the Tories in that have now gifted Labour another seat, another council?" Joke, absolute joke. And there's a lot of them actually that's happened, that Reform could have got over the line if, and it's the prime example of vote splitting. It's exactly what vote splitting does. And then you'll get the Restore lot saying, "No, there's no such thing." Yeah, wait till they actually get involved in it, and we'll see what happens when they take 5% of the vote in an area and puts Labour in because Reform got knocked off by 3%. Like, anyone that says vote splitting, like, isn't a thing, they just don't understand our political system one little bit. That is it right there. Oh, yeah, it looks like London is coming in, so I wonder when London again. I wonder if they're just gonna wait and announce London all at the same time. No, I'm expecting the Tories to stand aside and get out of the way instead of taking 10% of the vote that's utterly pointless and ruining it for everybody else and leaving Labour in control of councils. Mitchell is not liking the Greens, are you, mate? That 130 game. 130 now, mate, just to make you feel even better. Look, we've updated the tracker at the bottom. Mitch is gonna be, if they get to 200, mate, you're gonna have a heart attack, aren't you? Uh, if you're talking about Restore Britain, nothing, because they don't have any candidates. If you're talking about Great Yarmouth First, they got 11 seats. London to go half Reform, half Green. Yeah, I think so as well. Well, I still think the Tories and Labour will take some of them. But yeah, I'm hoping it will go a little bit more turquoise. But London's a funny old place, though, isn't it? London's a funny old place. Where's that? Camden? How many London boroughs? Can you remember how many London boroughs there are? Is it like 30 odd? They must all be included in that seat. Yeah, maybe they're all included in that 5,047. Yeah, they took it off Labour, didn't they? They were well, the Tories were shouting and cheering. The Tories, Badenoch was doing a speech like they just won the general election. You'd think they just won the general election the way they were celebrating that. Like, Kemi, have you seen what's going on below? You just lost 411 seats and you're shouting about gaining 3 seats and taking over a very close council. There you go. Conservatives have lost 3 councils. Labour have lost 15 councils. I still love it how they're all trying to justify this, like, "How's this happened? What do we do? What's going on?" Well, Rob, by the end of the day, mate, that Labour are gonna be down by well over 1,000 seats. Yeah, and if he doesn't get the boot for that, we're strap on top of that Mandelson, then there's something wrong there. 32, is it, mate? Yeah, cheers. Not all of them, is it not all of them? No, I thought it was all of them. Just not the mayoral election. We'll find out later, I'm sure. Get second. Yeah, still okay. I think that's even if they get second, that's okay, and wiping Labour out is good. But I just think for Wales, they're just gonna get a lot of the same old with Plaid, aren't they? Then I think I had someone in here last night was I'm not overly up on them. I can't for me, they always felt a little bit Liberal/Green, like a bit of a mashup of them slash Labour. So I just don't think you're gonna get much change in Wales. I think that's what Wales needed, weren't it? They just wanted someone else to come in after 100 years of being run one way to just turn it around, but or change or just go in a little bit of a different direction and try something new, as I think with Plaid, you're just gonna go down the same route. 44% turnout in this one. All Glasgow Central. So one went SNP again in Glasgow. Whilst Hastings went Green, my ward, Conquest and Ashdown went Reform. Right, you can put the asylum on the other side of the road. That's a great one. What was that one? They're both full of shit, and what has Labour and the sewage farm got in common? They're both full of shit, and they expect us to take it. I'm it. 1,000 seats. Yeah, it's coming, innit? It's coming. Not be long. You reckon the Greens are well, yeah, once London comes in, I think that's where the Greens are I think that's where you're gonna that's for me where the Greens are gonna explode. I think it's gonna be London. Yeah, I agree with you, Hidden. I think when London starts coming in, that's when they're gonna start going up. Don't, because you're gonna upset people in here. I think, um, I think Mitchell will have an absolute breakdown if the Greens go at 500. Oh, look, Senedd 39-30 at the minute. Angus Robertson losing his seat to the Greens. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big one, isn't it? How long are we saying before it hits 1,000? What are we saying? which by reckoning then would suggest if it carries on the way it's been going, reform will finish. They kind of predicted they'd get about 2,300, so it kind of sets okay. Yeah, Greens, 135 games. Like one of the guys said earlier, student areas, all the student areas, which is why I think Greens is gonna exponentially worse when London starts coming in. That's when they're gonna go. That's when they'll explode. Just yeah, just put all the detention centres in London. Let London go green. Khan will love it. He loves it. Yeah, he's all about it, and he loves asylum seekers. Let's just make London green and dump all the asylum centres in there, and then everybody's happy. Khan loves them. All the Greens love them. They can have all the refugees they want. We'll just put a big barrier around London, shall we? Let's build a wall around London. Dump them all in there. Anyone who doesn't want it can move out. We'll find you accommodation. That's what we do. We'll pay for accommodation for British people and dump everyone in London. Be done with it. None of us like going there anyway, if we don't have to. Really, they all stay pretty much the same. Yawn, yeah. You got it already, the M25. That's what I mean, we just put a big barrier around the M25, dump everyone inside it, so they'd be done with it. How does this so, um, it's not necessarily a transfer into MPs, but effectively, what you have to look at is, like, councils are kind of like the training ground. So Reform have already made a declaration that they're not going to take on any more Conservatives. So now what they'll do, they're going to start using this as their training ground for members of parliament. So get a load of experience in councils over 2 or 3 years, which is why I've said it's probably in the establishment's best interest to call a general election in 2027 because it then gives Reform less time to prepare for it. So what they could do now is Reform can use these councils for the next 3 years to train up councillors, get them integrated into the system, how it all works. It's really good prep for them to then move into parliamentary positions. So they can then recruit in for MPs in constituencies. And considering by the end of the day, I should imagine Reform will have taken the entirety of the East of England, plus Kent, they still already have. So you've got a whole bank of constituencies that they can now use their 200 odd councillors to fill the constituency positions for potential parliamentary candidates. Plus, with the backing and weight of the councils, it gives them a massive foothold in the whole country. So that's what it's all about now. It's about learning the ropes, increasing the data activity so they can start garnering locally what the voting intention is, like through realistic data. And then yeah, training their candidates or maneuvering people into positions in the council who they want to train up as MPs under which are now under their full control. So they'll be able to do whatever they want. So the officers and stuff will have to adhere to what they're saying. And so by controlling the whole of the east of England, they've effectively now just built themselves a parliamentary training ground, which is brilliant. And then obviously the people they're getting in over the rest of the country, same thing. They can still use those council seats and those councillors just to learn the ropes, learn how the systems work, learn how government works on that level. Because people still have to remember that a lot of the people getting elected from Reform is a lot of working class people. A lot of people have never worked in these systems before, don't understand how it all works. So it's good learning curve for them. Which is why I kind of not knock Restore, but if Restore think they're going to win an election in 2029, it's never going to happen because they haven't got this, and they never will get it because Reform will just be leaps and bounds ahead of them, especially next year. Restore, do they front some candidates up next year and get a few people in council? Yes, but they're still 8 years behind Reform. And Reform will have by then 20, 30 councils, 7, 8, 9, 7,000, 5, 6, 7,000 councillors compared to what they might take is 400, 500. It's not even credible. Um, this is building what's going to be the challenge for 2029. and showing how it's probably going to go. So what all the statisticians will be doing now is taking a lot of the data that comes off this and just filtering it in. So one of the examples I made was even if like reform weren't going to win an area, what they did was put paper candidates in those areas. So even then, in an area that was predominantly Green or Liberal Democrat, if they got like 5 or 6% of the vote, they could turn around and say, "Do you know what? There is actually a little bit of reform support there. Do we focus a little bit on it and try and build that vote up a bit? Or do we just abandon that and then focus our money elsewhere?" So this is what it's going to give them. It's going to give them all the data to funnel their campaign funding into, funnel where they know they've got banker seats and don't really need to focus so much. And then they can focus more of their funding on swing seats or seats that are kind of, 50-50 that might tip either way. And they can really push those hard and then use the training ground to put good candidates in those areas. But it all rests on them as well, doing a good job in the councils they're in. But as we've already seen, and what I think will happen is the establishment will definitely, any mistake they make, they'll be jumping down their throat. You know, they won't give them any breathing space. They won't be given any time to prep and train. The establishment will, and basically what the establishment will say is, look at how inexperienced they are, look at how out of touch they are. You need people that understand this to work it. And unfortunately, with the British public, a lot of people will be like, yeah, maybe we need to go back to the same old, and people that actually know what they're doing. And you just end up capitulating back to the exact same thing we had before because people aren't prepared to give them the time to learn the ropes. So, and any Reform UK government going into Parliament as an elected body would have there'd be a massive learning curve, huge learning curve. Anyone gets that in any job. You start any job brand new, you have to learn the systems, learn who the manager is, who does what. Be a big or small company, it's no different, except you're talking about it on a scale 100 times more than the biggest company in Britain. It's a national running of a country from a business point of view. And these people have to learn how that works. And the 2 million people that are employed throughout government that work in it. So it's huge. And getting this foot in the door is part of that learning process. And every single person they take a seat off of um, weakens the establishment and bolsters them just having more and more people learning how it all works. And then they will have the choice out of the what 2 or 3 thousand councillors, thousand odd councillors they've already got, and a couple of thousand councillors they'll get off this, and they'll pick up more councillors next year. Out of that councillor pool of 4 or 5 thousand people, they'll be able to select another 600 potential parliamentary candidates. So it's good. It's a real good thing. But for me, like I said, if it was me, and I'm not like I'm the authority on any of this, but if it was me, I would be saying, if I'm the establishment, next year is when we should have a general election before reform either take councils again next year or continue that learning curve. Because the less knowledgeable and less trained reform are, the weaker they become as a government. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting, but I think we're going to see a major clapback by the establishment. Major clapback. So I'm just going to crack open a bottle of champagne. Oh, I wonder why they're doing so well in Birmingham and Manchester. No idea why that would be the case. Got destroyed in everywhere that was a normal countryside area. East Anglia has been obliterated by reform. What's that, Danny? Oh, boss, your mum was right. No more outside shop. No more outside. Right, okay. I found you live in my area. Wish when you put up your flag. Yeah. My flag's outside, mate. You in my area, are you, Danny? Nice. Right. I'm gonna have 5 or 2, 3 minutes tops. Don't go away. I'll be back in a minute. Watch what they're doing here. I'll have a wee again. I keep drinking too much of this. Keep going for a piss. Oh, and we're waiting for the 1,000, aren't we? I think we're waiting for the 1,000. Waiting for that to just tick over. Right, back in a bit, guys. I just want to say, guys, I hope you appreciate the marathon I've just done. I've just sat here talking pretty much to you guys for 9 hours straight almost. Well, actually, it's not that long. That was a bit of a stretch, wasn't it? But it ain't far off, to be fair. 9:50. Here it comes. Here it comes. Welsh Labour leader's lost his seat. Ooh. So they're announcing more Senate. Or reformer clawing it back, look. 1924. That bloody Tory vote that for Conservative. This could have been a lot tighter if them Tories had why are people voting Conservative in Wales? Come on. Jesus Christ. Baroness Morgan's lost the seat in the Senate. Is that the one that went to Reform? Labour got Ipswich. Yep. Look at her, look at the face on it. She's fucking well pissed off. Oh, we shouldn't mock people like this, should we? But it's their own fault, to be fair. I've not a lot of sympathy for them. They've been smashed. Oh, 30-22 now. Jumped again. Look at the honestly, that Tory vote is really annoying me because those 5 Conservative seats could have gone to Reform, and that would be 30-27 now. Why? Why are people voting for Lib Dems? Nothing. Nothing yet. Zoom in on her again, on the old Baroness. Laugh crying. That's massive. But it's still it's gonna be Plaid and Reform that are first and second, isn't it? It's gonna be tight. How many what did you say, 90 odd seats? So still a fair way to go, isn't there? This could go any way. This could go any direction, couldn't it? You can see the Tories picking up more seats. Like you've got people who are voting Conservative. You have to start asking the question, don't you? What are you actually voting for here? Just they're pointless seats, don't they? The Greens 2, pointless. Why didn't they give that to Plaid? Conservatives 5, pointless. Labour would obviously are gonna because they're desperately trying to cling on to their territory. I don't understand the Greens and the Conservatives. You'd have thought the Greens would have put their 2 towards Plaid, and the Conservatives would put their 5 towards the Senate to Reform. Yeah, exactly, Alf. That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the point? Who's done that? 2 votes for the Greens. 96, KD. Yeah. She's still got a face like a smacked arse, ain't she? Nearly 1,000, mate. Yep. It's getting there. She wants to get out of there ASAP, doesn't she? She's gonna be straight on the emails to the NEC. "Fuck Starmer. He's ruined my life. I've lost my cushy little position, my gravy train." She's not happy, is she? Yeah, they've got very similar narrative, haven't they? Very similar narrative. I just wanna see a Reform jump now and that get a bit closer, like 30 each. That'd be cool. But I think what we're gonna see is that the Senate that Kimry are gonna take 1 seat extra each time, and it's just gonna creep away from Reform a little bit. "Oh, look, we got 2 seats." Doesn't it make you laugh the way Labour, the Tories and the Greens are shouting and screaming about this? I mean, fair enough, the Greens have picked up 142, but I mean, it's not anything like 952, is it? Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, Black, that yeah, for me, I don't pay too much attention to Plaid, but they do have always seemed to me a little bit like a bit of a Green Party Labour mashup, but a bit more Labour orientated. So I don't yeah. you've had 100 years of Labour, and now it's like, which I think most people in Wales have said they haven't done a particularly good job, run it into a whole bunch of debt, and then you just vote in Labour Mark IIing. Why? Like, I don't understand why people don't wanna see change or something different. So people that voted Green are smoking their own socks. But yeah, this is when you start seeing, like, the issues with our voting system. You've got, Tories taking seats that are a bit pointless, Greens taking seats that all seem a bit pointless when you've obviously got a challenge between 2. Um, oh, that's actually Reform's leader of Thurrock. I thought he was a greenie until he did what he just said on Sky. Seems all right though, seems like an all right bloke. Don't judge a book by its cover. 45 to go, Sandra, in the Senate. I know I've said that wrong. That reporter has absolutely tried to push him there on immigration to get him to say something. Fucking cheeky bastards. He's done well there to defend that a little bit. Yeah, I agree, like, he needs to smarten up a little bit. If you're gonna be a leader of a council now, get a haircut, chop a beard, put a suit on. He's a nice guy, he seems like he's alright. Oh, projections. Here come the projections. Data, data, data. So this is their national equivalent vote, like, if it was to go to a general election, what would happen based off all the data they're getting out of the councils? Because it's showing representation, like, massive representation across the country. There's no better polling than what we're seeing in the councils now because you can do a demographic of 2,000 people. This is for 30 million people. This is like the biggest amount of data they'll get on voting intention for a general election. There you go. Labour dead, gone. Tories. We are actually at a point where you could have a reform government with a Tory opposition. Oh, is this the one? Hold on. That's sorry. That's potential House of Commons voting protection now based off of the data they got. So yeah, this is a seat conversion now off of that percentage. Labour would still take a bit more than the Tories and remain in opposition, but Reform just smash them all out of the park. Hung Parliament though. So they on that, they would have to do a coalition with the Conservatives. They'd have to. No, that's what you're saying, yeah, yeah. It's like they'd have to do a coalition with the Tories. But look at Labour's drop. Labour's drop is insane. considering so the line is what they've put in for majority and Labour on 400, 2 notches along. Look at the drop. That's unreal. Imagine being in government for 2 years and you've sacrificed that many seats just off that's like the biggest testament to how bad they've been. And that's you're never gonna get a poll tell you more info than that because they'll never get a polling data like they're getting now. 971 guys, it's gonna drop to 1,000 in a minute. Yeah, see it, Alfie, that he's saying he's not gonna resign. Absolute joke. He'll be forced. He might be saying that, but he'll be forced. The funny thing is they did a YouGov poll not too long ago saying that the Tories had bounced back to like 157 seats. Now they've got like proper data, which isn't even finished yet, by the way. Once this finishes, it will be even worse. Proper data across the country of voting intention, which is showing them the establishment have just been smashed out of the park. Getting there, mate. It's getting there, Martin. Yeah, that's an eye opener, that one. 20 ago. Yeah, he's now confirmed. He's saying it's a major marker for electoral change, that the people are sick and tired of it. Labour now down 725 seats. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they can't the polls can't you can't trust the polls, and this is and like I just said, you'll only ever get this kind of data in council elections. Um, you're not gonna see any poll represent what these council elections represent because there's far too many people for them to ever be able to poll this. So elections are really good for polling how the nation feels. Getting the champagne out, Sandra. 19 to go. They don't ask, do you think reform have now become a credible force? Nah. He's defending him. He's saying you can't argue against it. There's no argument against it now. Your whole area went Lib Dem and a few Conservatives, Jack. Yeah, but what that means, Connor, is they're just retaining some of the seats they had, which is gonna be in, like, the Xbox markers who don't pay any they're just gonna go down for X in the Labour box. The loss of 729 is the public clapping back, like, people who actually pay attention clapping back. Always gotta look at the negative. And the independence has, shocked me a little bit, -15. I thought that would have rose a bit, to be honest. Lib Dems are holding a lot of places. They do usually do okay in councils, but they're still only up 57. So it's really Greens, and it's a real big change in politics that's going on there. Massive change. And I do believe next year, another cycle of council elections will change these projections. That Reform largest but short of a majority, I think it will change it next year. Yeah, always look at the negatives, mate, the negatives. And the pluses. So Lib Dems, not amazing. You'd probably equate that +57 to 1 entire council. It's the losses, mate. The losses are insane. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because people don't turn up, and this is why I keep banging on about why voting is so important because they're retaining seats in places that could have been voted out, and they retained one of the councils in a place that one vote towards reform would have changed it to a reform council. That's the difference. One person that if they'd got off their arse in I think it was Hull. If one person had got up off their arse and gone down to the voting booth and voted Reform, they would have changed the markup of that council. Yeah, and I said at the start of all of this, I'm more interested in what the turnout was rather than the result itself, because I knew the result would go something like this anyway. I think we knew that Labour were gonna get a battering. I just didn't think it was gonna be like this. I didn't think it would go to that. 16, 13, mate, we're on 13 now to go. Tactical vote in Wales? Yeah, I think so, because the Liberal Democrats aren't picking up any seats, so I think Lib Dems have given their vote to Plaid. If the Lib Dems pick up no seats, then it means Lib Dems have given their vote or been encouraged to. They've probably turned around and said, we're not, don't bother voting for us." They've probably put a circular out saying, "Don't vote for us, vote for." Yeah, look at that, look. Oh, did you hear? I didn't know that actually. So apparently, if a general election were to be held and the Tories were to abstain from the general election, the seats dropped down to 292 or something, they just said. So, I mean, Reform would get a majority government if the Tories abstained from the general election. Didn't know that was a thing they could do. I've learned something today. That's interesting. Unless they're on about, one in the past and have changed that. You got another 3 years, Cornish, before another vote, which will either coincide with the general election or they'll pull it forward a year, maybe, if you're lucky. I don't think they like to have council elections in the same year as the general election, although it has happened, but the problem is then you get a really bad turnout in the locals because everyone focuses on the general, which is again another reason why I think it would be a good idea, looking at that, why the establishment would probably, because Reform at the moment can't form a majority, it would force them into some sort of coalition with the Conservatives. It have to be. There's nothing you can do about it. They're not gonna coalition with Labour, are they? Liberal Democrats and Greens on that prediction don't have enough seats for it to be worth doing. So it's gonna be the Conservatives, which then again means you've got Reform in control with an establishment party that they have to coalition with, and then Labour still retaining the opposition. Although like a minority opposition, their opposition would be rather wank. 993, guys. Sandra's called it. 7 to go. It's gonna bounce over to 100 any second, isn't it? 1,000. Just where's the minus gonna come from? That's the thing. Is Labour gonna go over 750 for Reform to go over 1,000? Or are the Tories gonna go under 450? Where's it gonna come from? Yeah, that's really that's interesting. Apparently another 4 Labour MPs have come out and said that if Starmer doesn't like, make some immediate change, he has to go. This is the thing. Over the next 3 or 4 days, people that have lost their seats and, they're gonna start coming for him. This doesn't matter about the public or what Starmer says. If the internal party mechanics start working against him, he's done. I personally don't see how he got past the Mandelson thing, but this is him cooked. This is him done. Because I think everyone have just lost complete respect for him. They've been trounced in the locals. Any second now, they're gonna tip part. I mean, they're gonna finish on minus 1,000 seats, aren't they? By the end of the day. Labour are gonna go north of minus 1,000, or south of minus 1,000, I should say. and it is. And I'll tell you what, if you look at a map, Elaine, you'll see the whole of the east of England has just got turquoise, and then lots of scattered about across the Midlands. Still, I wanna see the update on they're not showing anything on this. Oh, yeah, there's the Senedd. Still 30-22. This is when, Baronet this is she lost her seat. She's Bar the end of a century of Labour, a catastrophic day. Party's gotta take a really hard look at itself. And she's a Baroness. She's going straight for Starmer, I'll tell you that. Yeah, it's funny they've said that Labour leader resigns. I don't think you get a chance to resign. You've just been booted out by the general public. Oh, I think the vote is very much a reflection of your efforts to everyone who was in that Senate. Can you actually hear this, guys, by the way, or can you still not hear it? 34-28 now, is it? I think she's winding herself up more and more the more she speaks. You can't no, I didn't think you could. I don't know why it doesn't play the audio. Oh, here we go. Now she starts blaming the general public. People wanna, she's basically just turned around and said, "People expect simple answers to very complex questions, asking too much." Fuck off. There's no need to complicate this stuff. You don't need to overcomplicate this stuff. Just be truthful with people. She's now saying, "We've got to change the way we do our politics. We've got to change the direction of the party." Hateful to Dan Thomas, was she? Yeah, and I think this has been the biggest I think one of the things that they still are not taking Greens have just gained Norwich. That doesn't surprise me one little bit, university town. But yeah, yeah, basically, I just don't think they are prepared to accept that they have brandished and tarred the general public for waving their flag. I said this earlier, people that have got the flag out, the Union Jack and the St George's, maybe not so much for the dragon and other and, you know, the Scottish flag, but definitely for anyone with the St George's and the Union flag, condemning them as far right, labelled them, tarnished them, and unfortunately, people are just pissed off with you. You can't do that. The general public are who elect you, and they seem to have this is the problem. This is for me is their biggest problem, is they seem to have forgotten what their electorate is. They've forgotten who the general public are. And there's the one party who've been championing them and the party that haven't, the parties that haven't, and they're getting battered because of it. Yeah, Danny, I'm 55, I've never seen a collapse like it. It's gonna get worse now, Danny. Norwich full green. That's gonna turn into a little activist hot pot, innit? Conservative to green. God, that's a shift, innit? That's like polar opposites. Well, centrism to left, let's say. May 16th, yes, I'll be there. Finally, she admits it. It's crystal clear that voting across the nation has demonstrated a deep frustration with the Labour Party. Has it? 5 to go, guys. Oh, now apparently they've got to redistribute the wealth away from the Southeast. No, I think the problem is you need to start making sure that small and medium businesses are a little bit better off, which is the one thing you've attacked since you've been in power. Lib Dem Lib so Newcastle's going Lib Dem and Green. Oh my god. Yeah, and Norwich is literally surrounded by reform apart from Norwich city centre. It's funny, isn't it? Because it's university town, isn't it? So it's gonna be all the students voting in the centre of Norwich, and then all the actual work. It's like all the students have voted green, and all the workers have voted for reform. That's what it's turning into, isn't it? Realistically. There we go, guys. 1,000 on the nose. And it was Labour at Labour's expense. They've just dropped to -761. Tories are still on -447. It's fun it's actually interesting to see how their language is changing over the course of the day. This morning, it was all like, "Oh, it's not so bad. We don't think it's gonna be so bad." Then middle of the day was like, "Oh, yeah, well, reform's doing well. People are obviously voting for them." Now it's turned into, "Yeah, I think we've let the people down. I think they're starting to make themselves heard here." That's why voting is so important because they are now actually starting to pay attention. Protesting is one thing. Signing petitions, as much as I advocate for protesting and petitions, this is where it counts. This is where it hits them the hardest. This is where they feel it. This is where lots of people that they put a lot of effort and training into get booted out because people are sick and tired of what they do. And this is not necessarily a reflection. I don't think this is a reflection on local candidates. This is a reflection on their government. Major reflection on these parties as a whole. Islington have lost 9 and gained what's that? Islington's lost -9 Labour and gained +9 Greens. Yeah, I think I think London's gonna turn into a little activist, lefty, radical hotspot. It's still climbing, guys. That's gonna go north of 2,000, I think, before we're finished. Loads of people on the left don't want to reform government, and we've got to admit that we're staring that in the face now. Yes, because the public do, unfortunately, mate. The vast majority of the public don't want you running the country anymore. Joel, brilliant. That was a better countdown than New Year's, and Sourpuss's swan song was a great way to herald in the establishment's demise. Well said, mate. What bravo. I like that one. Here we go. Labour MPs called for Keir Starmer to go. This is it. The dominoes are going to start falling now. The dominoes are start falling now. He's saying that they want to start planning for the future. I think you need to start planning for the fact that you're not going to be a political power for the next 5 years very soon. Hi, Keos. How you doing? Hello back from Suffolk. Do you know what makes me laugh? Really makes me laugh about all this. It's like it took this local election, despite the thousands of people protesting, despite the endless on people online like myself and many, many others clapping back at everything they do, despite the condemnation, despite their willful disregard of the general public. It's took this for them to actually say, "Do you know what? We might be doing something wrong here." Fucking ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. We need Andy Burnham now. We need our best players on the pitch. Keir Starmer's not good enough. He is done. Starmer's done. But I don't think they're going to replace him with anything much better. Yeah, exactly, Sean. They had 13 years or 14 years sitting there condemning the Tories. Most of their rhetoric going into the general election was around reversing what the Tories had done and how they would be better, how they were the adults in the room, quoting Darren Jones. The adults have entered the room now, and they've been an absolute disaster since the day they've been in. Here we go. It's not now for me about Labour's going up. It's more about, sorry, it's not for me about reforms going up now because that's going to happen. It's how many Labour are going to go down. Yeah, exactly. And that's the funny thing is, like people say, like most people that are Labour leaning voters, it seems to me are kind of saying, well, actually, if Labour are not doing a good job, we're going to bounce to the Greens and go further left. Because, well, I would say to the left because I don't think Labour represent the left. I think they're very centrist now. Even Starmer said that that's why a lot of Labour voters left when Corbyn went, because he like properly represented the left wing. And then when Starmer got in, they said that it was just the party shifting to centrism. And he even said it in interviews himself that they needed to be more centrist to compete with the Tories. And basically, they've just become a Tory 2. If anyone wants to call Tory 2.0, Labour are Tory 2.0. Yeah, exactly, Lee. They just blame each other while still pushing the same agenda. I'm just gonna go get something to eat quick. By that, I meant a biscuit. Thanks, Georgia. Thanks. I'm a reformed person. Thanks for calling me an awful person, even though you know nothing about me. Everyone in this room is reformed, by the way. Maybe if you went out and met some of the councillors, met some of their candidates, you might have a different opinion, but you won't